Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you. There I am. It's good to be here. I'm so excited to have more Murdaugh today, because we're finally to the good stuff.
I'm not a camel.
There we go. I'm having to do the commands manually because they're just so much to turn on and off. I need a macro. I need somebody who's really smart about the macros to help me here. Quick side note. I checked the log. I went back through the security camera footage, and I did detect that Shells was first in chat this morning. And Shells, as punishment, as a reward for your being first in chat, you have won the internet today, and it is all yours. Congratulations on winning that, Shells. Good luck. Keep it running. We'll box it up and email it to you, and it will be yours for the day. You can rename it. You can do whatever you want as long as it still works. That's the one requirement we ask of you. So thank you very much, Shells, for being first in chat. We've got a couple other people here I want to call out really quickly. There's a comment from Shells. Not our first one, but it was a comment. Samsung is here. Different from Samsung. This is Samsung. No relation. Mississippi Raptors and Reptiles, good morning. Picky, Color Me Abstract. Laura is here as well. Horse Sheet and Bananas is here. Rowdy, Golden Girl. I almost called you twice, Color Me Abstract. Let's see. Tish, you had to miss a bit yesterday. Work is so rude. A couple of you were saying that you have some work for me to do, and you'd like me to write you some notes. Some basically get out of work free cards. It's like a Monopoly get out of jail free card, only it's get out of work jail free. So maybe we'll put that together. Have a work release type card that you can download, and I will sign virtually or something. We'll see if we can get that worked out. Nancy is here. Good morning. Tish, we got you already just a little bit. Denise, Picky, I am Ami 008. Let's see. T-minus 10 and counting. Let's see. We collectively are going to need to write a letter to our employers about the importance of this channel and being present daily for whatever trial it's on so we can pass the test. Seriously, the test is a doozy at the end of the year. You know, you guys are going to get, I don't go easy and I grade on the curve. So, you know, if you really want to excel at the test, you're going to have to pay close attention, and attendance is, I wouldn't say mandatory, but it's strongly encouraged. Myra is here. Good morning to all. Today will be a great day. I'm excited. I want to hear if the judge is going to let the jacket in, specifically the GSR evidence of the jacket in. I don't know how he can't at this point because the jury has heard everything about the jacket being found in the tarp and back and forth. The jacket is in evidence, right? And we already have in evidence the fact that they did GSR tests on it. So if he doesn't allow the actual GSR results in, that would just seem weird to the jury. Good morning, Sunshine Sunflowers. Let's see. Terry, Bite Me, good morning. Just need everyone to raise their hands one time, and I'll call them out as they raise their hands. How about that? Picky wants a note. Laura wants a note. Could we please have the morning song before the opening? Have a morning song? Oh, man, I should probably do that. I could probably do music before the open. It would actually, I would be opening, but I would be pretending I wasn't open until then. Let me think that out, Laura. I know it can be done. The only problem is it would then interfere with Mrs. RA's exercise music, or her music might interfere with my live stream. One of the two. Toxic is here. We've got at least one mod in chat, so we can start now. Thank you for being here, Toxic. Let's see. Dibs on the first letter. Everyone wants letters. Okay, we're going to work on that. Rowdy as well. Okay, so Bite Me is here. Samsung. I'm looking for the hands here right now. Tish wants a letter. Okay, we'll put you down for one letter. Sharon McDonald. Are we launching into space? It's one of those days. Okay. Bernard, good morning. My eyes just don't want to work this morning. I'm looking at the screen and they're just not wanting to read yet. Maybe I might need to do a little ASMR and have a drink of water. Maybe that would help. Christy is here. Sam, bellissimo. Good morning, all. Good to you as well. Tish, Picky, Toxic, Denise, we got you guys. WV is here, sliding in there amongst all the others I already called. Abby in the UK is here with the tinfoil hats for everybody. It's exciting. Yeah, I noticed I actually, because you guys are super amazing, I have a few more spots for emojis. So we might take suggestions. We want emojis that are pertinent to multiple different situations, not just this specific trial. But if you can think of something and have suggestions, please send them my way, and I just might be able to create it for you. Ed is here. First person to enter the room dresses up in skin. I went the internet today. I saw a meme somewhere last night. For some reason, that made me think of the meme, Ed. It was a why was I the only person at the gender reveal party to show up naked meme? But different kind of gender reveal, apparently, Ed. But that's where my mind went when you said that. Anyway, neither here nor there. Blaze, sorry. Carly 196, Laura KH in South Carolina. Good morning. Toxic tinfoil hat. Yes, it's almost like a Hershey Kiss. But it's better because there's no chocolate on the inside when you wear it on your head. Picky is here. Sunshine Sunflowers. Sam. Weather Watch. Everybody write in your journal. Weather Watch is here. Let's see. I hope you're doing great. I'll be listening in the background today as I have a lot of work to catch up on from my trip. And we expect a full photo log to showing everything that happened while you were gone, Weather Watch. But good to have you here. We'll have to catch up offline as well. Let's see. Bite Me, TW. Less than a minute to go. I'm almost caught up to when I started. Sharon, wait for it. Good to have you. How was the skiing, Weather Watch? Denise, Toxic Orchid on a globe. Hello, Richard. Ciao. Debbie is here. Let's see. Anybody else? Miss Chris, DSN, good morning. Rainbow Light is here as well. Not today. Dallas born, Boston bred. Is that a new name? Did someone change their name today? Because that's the first time I've read this one. Good morning to you, Dallas born, Boston bred. Let me know who you were before, or if you're new, welcome. Either way. Jen Hoff is here. Just watching. Man, I'm getting some trouble from Law and Crime. I like to watch their feed because they like filming people outside the courthouse. But their feed is not playing nicely today. We'll see if that works. Sharon McDonald, gotcha. This one's really spicy. Natalie Lintz. Shells, you on the internet. You're here first. Ritz, good morning. Blaze, good to have you here. Bite Me, do the happy dance. Scott is here. Sunshine Sunflowers. Mini Duck, Eric's here. Nurgle Rot, good to have you here. Andreas, DCS, I'm not a camel.
I'm not a camel.
Laura, Melissa, Miss Chris, KX Star. Let's see. Man, I'm struggling. Everyone's names look familiar this morning. Rowdy, Saudade. Somebody just came in. I don't know who it was. Did they run behind me? Red Pen. From my vacation spot in Arizona. I will need a weather report from you, Red Pen. Deborah's here. Good morning. Lee Hetherington as well. Picky says, please make sure to have the like button checked on your end. Recovery Addict, good morning to you. The good stuff. Cachette is here. Good to have you. Anne as well. Tracy, Eileen, Twisted Branches, Jay Breezy. Illinois Mama, NC Southern Girl, Linda Hill, Kelly Sibald, Last Poet, and I skipped a whole bunch of people right there. I saw everything just scrolled by all at once. I thought I was down at the end, and it just updated with like 3 times as many names. Susan Bond, Tracy, Rhonda. I'm just calling the people that have their hand up now. Mary Murphy. I assume they're the ones I missed. Samsung, I got you. KF7AIK. Good morning. It's 19 degrees leaving Evanston this morning. Chilly. I went outside in shorts and a T-shirt this morning and persuaded a few squirrels to get out of my garage with a Red Ryder BB gun. Just warning shots. Didn't hit any of them, but they left. But it felt much warmer than 41 this morning. Let's see. Jay Breezy, good morning. Roxy Moser. Picky Babs, 09X. Good to have you here. Good morning. Deborah. Let's see. Debbie says, Weather Watch, no broken bones from your ski trip. Toxic. Hiya. Tina Weeks is here. Eileen, always on go. Let's see. O-Town Chill, good morning to you. Creative B, hello, Debbie. Good to have you here this morning. Bite Me is here. When are you going to get the Bite Me command? What's it going to be? What's the response? Is it going to be audio response or something else? Let me know. Canned Laughter, Maggie Carr, Michelle Johnson. Weather Watch is safe and sound. Good report. Let's let him get to work, though. He's got a lot of things on his plate, guys. We're going to have to go easy on him just a little bit, even though I'd love to ask him questions about this toxic cloud up in Ohio and where it's going to blow and if it's headed my direction. Apparently, after that train wreck, they detonated something. One of the cars, they had to explode. And then after they exploded and this massive black toxic cloud rose in the air, they said, oh, by the way, one breath of this will kill you, so run for your lives. I was like, I think you did that backwards. I think you're supposed to tell people to run first, and then you set off the explosion. But anyway, that's where that's at. Hopefully that's going to clear out and go somewhere safe, but really it's up in the air now, so it's going to come down somewhere. Share Bear, you're here as well. Dallas-born, Boston bred, good morning. Ven is here. I will even say on time because I'm a little bit late. I'm getting a 7-day forecast on my stream. I'm not sure even who's sending me that. It was supposed to be Murdaugh, outside footage of Murdaugh, and instead I'm getting the 7-day forecast. Well, Mama is here. Lady Rider as well. Praying for Turkey and Syria. So far, about 5,000 lives lost. Oh, my goodness. Lady Rider, I was watching with Mrs. R.A. this morning. We were just doing some quick checks, flipping through. I was showing her some of the news, and it's just the pain, the suffering, the devastation, just watching people walk, clearly in a daze, like in shock down the street, and as buildings are crumbling around them, and they can't even run. They don't know where to go. It is devastating. I saw by one count over 1,700 buildings had collapsed. Just the death toll. I think that 5,000 number is probably low. So yeah, our hearts go out to them. Also, if you're somebody sent me a link. There are a couple organizations that are helping in Turkey. Let me see if I can find this here. And if you are, let's see. Let me get it here. LW sent one for globalgiving.com. They have a 98% rating on Charity Navigator, which means that generally the higher rating they have, the more any donation you make goes to the actual end source. The lower the rating, typically, the higher their overhead, and almost every charity has overhead. Well, every charity does have overhead. Some of them pay for it by ways other than donations. They might have grants and things like that. But the higher the rating, generally, the more impact your donation has. So if you are looking for a way to help, I would encourage you to do that. One that was suggested here was globalgiving.com, which is doing some work on the ground in Turkey. So, did notice also that Turkey had requested the United States change our spelling of how we call their name, and so now it has some letters that are a little harder to pronounce. I think it's pronounced the same, but anyway, our thoughts and prayers go out to them, and please keep them in mind. Blaze, I hope someone picked up the mess in the courtroom from yesterday. It looked like a trash grenade went off in there. Did you see that in the morning? It was just like lined up bottles and sandwich wrappers and everything, just all in front of the jury box. I don't know whose job it is to clean that up, but that was just not appropriate, I think. Love the lights on in the background. I feel like a moth. Sorry. I'll cover them up. What day's stream was the tinfoil hat day? I want to watch. That was Saturday, KF70IK. That was the Chinese balloon day. It was just a short stream, probably about an hour. And yes, I did wear a hat. Mary Beth Robinson is here. Good to have you. Mac, Sue Schneider as well. I'm getting nervous here. This feed does not want to play nice. Let me try again on this one. Jimmy King, Kara Green, Tabitha, Christy, Jan Wood. Good morning to you, Jan. Cachet says, about to waste an hour commuting through the Twin Cities just to sit in a room alone and listen to you guys in the trial. Cachet, if you want me to talk to your boss, I'm putting that offer on the table. Norma, good morning to you. Chris as well. Rowdy. Yes, the stream was Saturday. Let's see. Spent the rest of yesterday into the night reading some of the docs, finishing the HBO special, and listening for hours to the Murdaugh Murders podcast. What an eye-opener. Richard, after doing all that, you just look at it and you're like, I don't know where to start to try to explain this to someone. There's no like beginning of the string saying, well, this is where it began. You can try to do it chronologically, but there are so many branches and things that intertwine and tie in that this it has to be a movie. You have to watch this in movie form, so they can condense it down from the voluminous books, that were created, that have all this information, and just sort of gloss over the highlights for you. I don't know what other way to really take all this in. Carl is here. Good morning, Carl. Heather Barnett, good morning, everybody. Casey Jones is present. Good morning. Infamous jacket tarp, says TMB. The defense, every time they argue this, it sounds like they have a good argument. They're saying that at no time did she say this jacket was what he brought in. She's like, no, it wasn't. He was carrying a tarp. I saw it was a tarp. It was a tarp balled up. Yes, she did see the jacket in the closet. Yes, it is blue. But at no time did she say that he brought that in. Now, I personally believe that he probably brought the jacket inside the tarp, and I don't know why prosecution didn't ask if that could have been the case or something. I don't know. It's defense. I accept what they're saying is probably legitimate, and I honestly don't know which way the judge is going to rule this morning. If it was anything like yesterday, he's going to go with the prosecution. Last Poet, good morning as well. Laura, let's see, almost 50 degrees in Ohio today. Mary, you're up there with where the train wreck was. Please tell me you're in a safe area and that the toxic cloud is not headed your direction. I'm getting more and more weather. WLTX is just giving us a weather report. I don't know why. Let's see. Should be. Okay, there we go. Now I've got courtroom feed. And it's just the seal, so we're not missing anything yet. I'll go ahead and turn the audio on for that camera, just in case something happens. We'll get it the moment it happens. Lee Hetherington says, we had our first maple bourbon spicy pickles yesterday. So good. I had, I won't say my first, I had another jar of them yesterday. But they're delicious. Abby is here. Dallas born, Boston bred is here. Lynn Hoke, good morning, crew. Good to see you. Toxic Orchid as well. Melissa Gentrell, 10. Good to have you here, Gentrell. Natalie Lintz. Eileen Tavernia. Cachette, KX Star, Missy Pants. On a Globe, Lady Writer, Linda Hill, Debbie. It's Marissa is here. Laura Jimenez, good morning, recovered and fellow addicts. Good to have you here. Mini Duck, Marsh 13. Just about wrapping up the roll call here, so if I missed you, pop your name up in chat. Michelle Johnson, Golden Mom is here. John is here. Good morning, John. Missed a lot yesterday. Dang it, because of meetings trying to catch up. That pesky work, NC Girl. That's frustrating. If you smash the like button, Recover Addict confirmed that it counts as extra credit towards the finals. Thank you, Myra. Appreciate that. Sharon, Twisted Branches, Jen Hoff, Ritz, Laura Jimenez, Danessa, did I say that right? Danessa. Kurt Hussle, Hercel, sorry. S. Texas, GSR testing seems so long off from murders. Sue Schneider is here. Annie L., good morning. Carol Connolly, We could get a letter emoji. Yeah, like a get out of work free emoji type thing. Abby, I don't. I'm trying to be even no soda, but I don't drink coffee or alcohol. Mini Duck is here. NC Southern Girl, Daisy Sojourner as well. Queen Olive, Ritz, DW. We need a weather balloon, maybe. Katerina is here. A blue tarp emoji, ASAP. Red Pen, K. I think we got everybody here. KF70IK says iOS keyboard macros, general keyboard, text replacement. That's how I prepare my comments for the morning before I'm driving. So you have you've got some commands pre-set up for your weather report. People, we all want to be close to RA. We have to be patient. Okay, we're good. We're Gabrielle, Biscuit. I think we're about done with the morning roll call. Linda, Susan Bond, Adam Nusky, Cindy as well. Debbie's been up for 24 hours. Let's see how long I'll make it. Debbie, I will give you a pass today. I'll go ahead and mark you as present, and you can go ahead and sleep through the rest of class. And I'll just give you full credit. Yeah, you get some sleep so you can stay healthy. Caroline is here. Tina Weeks. NC Southern Girl Waves, that's great. Were you here yesterday when Recovery Addict recapped the info Amber found?
Time for pickle jar refill. Good morning Scott. Χέρι που χαιρετά, πρόσωπο με λαμπερό χαμόγελο και γελαστά μάτια, πρόσωπο με λαμπερό χαμόγελο και γελαστά μάτια, πρόσωπο με λαμπερό χαμόγελο και γελαστά μάτια, ήλιος με πρόσωπο, ήλιος με πρόσωπο.
I need to fix this. Apparently, I think that was Russian. That was my guess. It sounded sort of Russian. Time for a pickle jar refill. Good morning, Scott. Thank you, Ann. I appreciate that. Karen, got you here. I think we're going to go ahead and call roll call done. Yucky. All that. Go. Matthew Harris is here as well. What was that? I've got to fix my voice selection thing because it's truly random. And apparently it also translates things into foreign languages. So that was what it was supposed to say was time for pickle jar refill. Good morning, Scott. And then it was supposed to read off the emojis, but the voice reads off the emojis in the foreign language it's supposed to be in. So it was supposed to say like waving hand, beaming face with smiling eyes, beaming face with smiling eyes, beaming face with smiling eyes, sun with face. Instead, it reads it off in Russian, which is what you heard instead. Let's see what she said. Was not Portuguese, was not Spanish. Yeah, I can rule those ones out. That was a mouthful. I have no idea what went on there. I'm going to fix that here right now. Let me actually turn off the text just for a minute while I work on this computer behind the scenes. Let's see. Alerts. Super chat. Let's see. Where's the option? It's got to be here somewhere. Let's see. Voice options, random. Okay, we're going to have to choose a voice. Do we want like Brian? Because Brian would sound like...
Please select a voice and message.
Brian's good. We could do Justin.
Please select a voice and message.
That doesn't sound like Justin at all. Ivy?
Please select a voice and message.
That's just creepy. That's like a little doll out of the closet that's talking to you or something. Emma, I think, is British, I think.
Please select a voice and message.
There's so many choices, really. Default sounds like this one. Wait for it. Default is nothing, apparently. Okay, so... We've got to figure one out, but we'll get that. We'll get this sorted. I just want one that we can all understand. Anna, come on, Anna. The judge is going to be here any minute now, and I'm still trying to choose a voice. Okay, I've got to keep it on random then. I don't know what else to do. It's on random. And now it's not working at all. Why do I have no sound? All right. I think it's working. Pick the voice that sounds like Jigsaw. Do you want to play a game? No. That would be creepy. That'd be just a little too creepy. Will the trial last another few weeks? DW, great question. I think actually this trial is going to be for, let's see, I think the prosecution, based on what we saw from the 404B evidence that they brought in the trial, we know they went through that faster than they will in front of the jury. And we had about, I'd say, a day and a half to 2 days of that evidence. So I think it's probably going to be at least 3 days of them presenting that in front of the jury, which means that they won't get done with their trial or their case. If they started just with 404B today and that's all they had left, we wouldn't get done with that until the end of the week. So I think it's going to be another week or two at least. Is there a Tennessee Hills dude with the teeth knocked out version? Ed, I don't think they have that one. That's an upgrade I have not paid for. Have you been out with a detector this year? I got permission to check an old farm in the 1850s. Oh, man. That sounds amazing. I will tell you that I just had a company they're sending me another detector. The first one they sent me was a piece of garbage. It looks nice. It actually was built pretty well. It just doesn't find metal, which is one of the things I'm really picky about when I'm using a metal detector is I want it to work. And so I wrote them a letter back and said, I can't make a video about this because it doesn't work. And this is the second time a company sent me one that's crap. And they said, hey, we appreciate all you've done. We've taken your advice. We're making a new one. We're sending you a new one that's not even available for sale yet. And we'd like you to test that one. So I'm waiting for that one to arrive, and maybe it will actually work. So I'm building a collection, much to Mrs. R.A.'s chagrin, of non-working metal detectors. Anyway, I need to get out. I've done a little bit, but I need to do some more. Matt is here. I'm listening while driving to my job site. Thanks for being here, Matt. Hopefully we'll get some courtroom antics going here soon. We're waiting for the judge probably to rule on the jacket. There's the court clerk. She just got here. That's awesome. We're waiting for the judge to rule on the jacket right away, hopefully. Let's see. Let me try. Do any of you have any feeds you watched you can find on this Murdaugh trial that are streaming like picture in picture other than Law and Crime? Like they have multiple video or multiple feeds in the same stream. Like 3-box type thing. Have any of you seen any of that other than Law and Crime? Is anybody doing that? We're going for default on the voice. Do a poll. I vote for Emma. I might have to stop and restart it because I don't have any sounds working right now. Let me do some tests here. Is this a trial where one of the jury said they can't go past 3 weeks? Yes, it is, John. I said that the other day. He said that to the judge, like, just FYI, my 3 weeks is almost up. I'm going to be out of here. I'm like, why would you even start if you couldn't go that long? I think he said he liked the Mind Lab, right? I do. I love the Mind Lab, and they've come out with a couple new ones. They've got the Equinox 700, the 900, the Manticore. All of them I don't have. I only have the Equinox 800, which is an amazing detector. It changed my world as far as metal detecting went. A couple complaints about it. Still, there's some things I would change, but it's still a fabulous detector. The court starts at 9:30. We've got about a minute to go. Let's see. Let me turn off the sound. I know I've
There's a lawsuit.
Sorry, the sound's working. Okay, it's working. It's at least some sound is working. Let me try let's try the voice one more time. See if I can get that fixed. Let's see. Test audio on the change drop. That part works. Test audio on the message with Anna. You guys said Anna was good. The voice is not working. Not sure what I did. I'm going to go ahead and close it down. Don't do anything with the with the commands for just a second. I'm going to close it down and restart it and see if I can get that to fire up again. This is troubleshooting 101 for those of you that aren't familiar with the IT world. The first thing you do is turn it off and turn it back on again. And if that fixes the problem, then you're done. So that's always the first thing I try. So let's see if that one worked. Text to speech enable. Refresh and test with Anna. Let's see. Oops, I'm typing in the wrong spot. The police are coming to get me. Hang on.
Is this working?
Is this working? That was Anna. Okay, so let's see. Let me test. We had a different. We might just have to go with random for now until we can find a good voice.
I like this voice.
I like this voice. I like this voice.
That was a good one. I wonder what it was. I wish it told me which voice it was when we hear one. But all right. It's working at least. We'll figure out what voice it is offline because we've got some court stuff to talk about. Okay, let's see where we are. Let's put this over here. Let's see, mirror, built-in display. Use a separate display. Why is that not working? Oh, I have to do this. Okay. There we go. Okay, still nothing from the trial here. Give me just 1 minute. Let's close that guy down. And it won't. That's weird. All my computers are acting a little funny today, so we'll see how this goes. And I'm just losing, like Windows are disappearing. All right, let's see. They're standing outside. They're still standing outside. Sorry, your voice. Sorry, I broke your voice with a super chat. It wasn't you. Still early on the guilty, not guilty. I like to hear both sides first. Rehydrate check. I'll do that. We're going to do some ASMR just in a minute. Tish is listening as I drive to that place that pays my bills. It's the only reason I go, right? Looks like they are running late. Let me try. I've got to get a secondary feed up. Did anyone say that they've found a channel that will stream multiple windows? And by windows, I mean multiple views at the same time on the same screen. I use some of those so that I can enlarge them and have just what I want on the screen at one time. Emily Baker does that. She does that using the Law and Crime, though, and we try not to use that as much as possible. Are you getting fiber today? I'm not getting it today, but I am on the list. They have sent me I've prepaid for my first month. They've sent me a notice saying they're going to be building in my area, and I'm one of the first houses to sign up. So hopefully I get it soon. Need your recommendation on a detector when I get my tax return and know my budget? I can help you with that, Eric. Let's see. Do you check on screen chat back after you played back the voices? I need to turn on screen chat back on. That's what you're saying. Like this. Let me help if I'm also. There we go. Now it's back on. Can you please flip the chat switch on for chat to reappear? Command isn't working. Okay, it's on now. Sorry about that. I keep turning it off. Wonder if they found anything of substance in looking closer at Mrs. Smith's recorded statement. Well, yesterday everything they had was bolstering her existing statement. And they're not allowed to bolster their witness's statement. That's a no-no. And the defense called them out on it, and they pretty much had to stop reading the transcript. Of course, they would love to have played that whole audio, which would just basically give all her evidence one more time, so it would just reinforce it in the minds of the jury. But they didn't get to do that. We can't see our messages on the big screen. Have a poll for voices. I just Richard, I don't know which ones to use or how you would know which one you're voting for.
I'm not a cat.
I don't have a dog one yet. The blue on the seal resembles the blue on the cool judge's chair. Oh, it does match. I hadn't noticed that.
Squirrel!
Swift kick sometimes works. Most things are working. It's just the feed for some reason is not it's not going as we expected. So Alex Murdaugh trial. Let me just double check who's. I think Fox is covering it as well, but they like to put stuff all over the screen. USA Today. Law and crime. Okay.
There's a lawsuit.
I do have law and crime from outside the building. Let me see if I can bring that up. Okay, so that is right here. There's law and crime from outside the building. So I wonder what the dilemma is. I bet it's that juror. I bet it's 729. What do you think? They have a lot of emergency situation in that city. I hear sirens often. They also the sirens, they like park right down from the courthouse, and they're like paper thin walls. Jojo, I am so happy as well. That was one that never should go to trial, and I'm glad he changed his mind. I wish he had done it sooner, but you know, all the jurors had to show up that day for jury selection, and then find out that he you know, changed his mind at the last minute. Okay, so live coverage, Law and Crime she keeps jumping back and forth between their splash screen and, oh, finally, here we go. There, we've got something from inside the courtroom. Late but not forgotten. Good to have you here sometimes, Alias. Mrs. Wollover, kids can draw. Good morning, everyone. I hope we have some excitement in the courtroom today. I can't wait for Tinsley to be on the stand in front of the jury. That's going to be fireworks again. All I know is what's happening with the juries. We've got one juror who basically says, I've got a 3-week limit on jury service, as if he can really say, you know, if the judge tells him he has to be there, he has to be there. But, you know, the juror could make it pretty difficult for the judge and get excused. So do we have a dog one, the fur missile one? Why is the dog? We do have that soundbite, but I don't have a trigger for it other than.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I've got that one, and it's in my open. What happened with the juror? The juror said he can only serve for 3 weeks. That's it, and then then it's for some reason that's too much beyond that. Toxic, he sent me that link here. Let's see if I can find that on my other screen. Open a new tab. Who is this? Oops, something went wrong. I didn't like that one. Let me drop the V. Sorry, I'm trying to type here. That didn't work. Go back. Didn't like that one, Toxic, for some reason. What link was that you were sending me? Okay. I'll have to keep looking. Will you pin your Patreon that has the photo docs?
Blue tarp that we located inside the bedroom inside the closet inside the bedroom.
Why does it give me audio from this? I don't want this. This is okay. So here we go. Let's go here. Judge is here, just walking in. Day's finally begun. We'll sort out the details in the background. I think, Heather, you're talking about Discord. And if you type exclamation point Discord in chat, it will pull up the link for you.
Any further comment or argument regarding the witness from yesterday, the last, Ms. Smith? Ms.
Yes,
Smith's testimony, yes.
Yes, Your Honor. We did get a transcript, overnight transcript of her testimony. It's very rough, but on recross, if you will, at page 90, I asked her, have you ever seen this rain jacket before? And the rain jacket, I'd put a photograph into evidence, Defense Exhibit 87, and she says no. And then I said, did Alex Murdaugh have that rain jacket with him when he came to Ms. Libby's home on the morning, I believe a few days after the funeral? She says no. And then I asked her, have you ever been in this closet before? Pointing to the state's exhibit, where they show something folded up. She says, no, I haven't. And then I asked her, so you don't know what that is folded up there, do you? And she says, correct. And then I asked her, if what's in that closet is this rain jacket, you've never seen Alex Murdaugh with this garment before, have you? And she says, no, I haven't. And that's the testimony and that's on page 90 of the rough transcript that we got last night. Well, this morning we got it, Your Honor.
All right. From the state.
That's one side. There's some other
Your
discussion
Honor,
as well.
again, it is fairly rough to try to read some of this, but as I would go back and point to page 65, where the witness was asked to describe, again, she talked about observing Alec coming to the house at an unusual time, a few days after the murders, carrying a bundled up blue vinyl item. And then she was shown a picture with it in that closet where it was recovered. And she said, did you see a blue object in the center? Yes. Does it appear to look like the object you've described? Yes. You're saying yes. Is it the blue vinyl? This appears to be the same thing you saw the defendant holding. It looks so, yes. And of course, then you had subsequent testimony from the crime scene investigator about recovering that very item that proved to be the raincoat, which of course if you hold it out is very, very large and very much like a tarp. So I think many of these issues that the defense is raising are issues for jury argument and go to weight, not admissibility.
The witness testified on direct examination that the item in evidence appeared to be what Mr. Murdaugh brought.
He's allowing it
into the house that night. She said he was carrying something. It was in his arms. She said it was blue something, that it looked something like a tarp, a blue something, but she did not know what it was. It wasn't opened up, and she could not clearly identify the item either as a tarp, as was shown by Mr. Griffin, or as a raincoat. She testified that the item presented was consistent in appearance with what Mr. Murdaugh brought into the home that night and what was shown in the photograph that was taken. Certainly Mr. Griffin did, I would say, an effective job in cross-examination in raising questions as to the credibility of the witness. That is the exact job that a jury has to do, that is weigh the credibility of the witness and to determine whether the testimony was consistent on the one hand or inconsistent on the other hand. And this witness's testimony was consistent on the one hand and inconsistent on the other hand, but that does not make the testimony inadmissible. It doesn't render the evidence inadmissible. Whether evidence can be made relevant and admissible through inference. The inferences can be drawn from the evidence. It is circumstantial evidence that is a part of this case, which suggests a fact by implication or inference. It could be the appearance of the scene of the crime, testimony that suggests a link to the crime, and if it can, facts can be proven through inference. The facts and circumstances through which the witness testified on direct and cross-examination and taking the testimony as a whole. The item is in evidence. I find that it is relevant in that it creates, through inference, facts that are in dispute in this case. And I deny the motion to strike her testimony, if that's what the motion is. I deny the motion to declare her testimony as being irrelevant. And the latest motion was that it's prejudicial or the results of an examination of the item is prejudicial. Of course, we haven't had that testimony, but we have an item in evidence. We have many items in evidence. We have, items are being placed in evidence as, what number are we up to now? 400, 500? 400 items of evidence. Witnesses have been questioned as to whether they walked the side of the roadway to see whether anything was along the roadway other than a cell phone. Witnesses have been questioned as to whether or not they looked down the drain pipe or of a tub or shower, or just any number of questions been posed with the witness to the witnesses as it relates to discovery of evidence. This evidence was obtained through a search warrant. It is in evidence and it's there for the jury's consideration. Certainly, once an item is in evidence, and as long as a chain of custody has been established, there can be testimony as to what it is or of what significance is it. And that's the stage we are here in these proceedings. And I deny the motion to strike it, to find it for relevance purposes or because it creates or presents evidence favorable to the state, which automatically means it would be prejudicial to the defendant. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, just to clarify, the motion that the defense made late yesterday afternoon was in advance of Megan Fletcher, SLED agent Megan Fletcher's testimony that there's GSR on the blue rain jacket. And so the motion was to prevent her from testifying as to the GSR, the testing of the rain jacket, under 403. I understand the court's ruling. I don't think they're going to call Ms. Fletcher first, but when she does take the stand, we will, for the record, renew the objection. And
that's just the point. You say you object under 403, claiming it's more prejudicial than probative, and that's a fact-finding issue. That's an issue to be weighed not by me, but by the fact finder. I am to determine whether it's more prejudicial than probative. It's relevant. It's apparently important enough that the state seeks to use it. All evidence adverse to the defendant can be considered to be prejudicial. but I do not find where any prejudice is substantially outweighs its probative value. So I deny that motion. I certainly respect your objection. The witness sort of all over the place with her testimony and appeared to be confused. I'm not sure she obviously was not of the same level of unable to articulate her thoughts through her emotions and through this setting of being examined and cross-examined in this case. But the testimony taken as a whole shows that she identified the item as being consistent with what she thought the defendant brought in. She said he had something in it. It was important enough for her to contact someone about it.
I think she said she had something in it.
And that landed her here on the witness stand, among other things, other reasons. But everything is noted and protected for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Ready for the jury.
Ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, so
regarding juror number 729,
let's hear that.
I spoke with him briefly. I spoke with, so I guess I've now
It's
said
a him.
him.
It's a him.
Spoke with that juror briefly this morning.
One of the 4 hymns.
And he's going to stay with us. He's made some arrangements, he thinks, with his job, and he's going to stay with us. We have another juror, however, juror number 548.
They're serious.
Who made contact with the court and says that he's at the emergency room this morning. We don't know what his situation is. He is an alternate juror, and
so the guys are having trouble
we'll
here.
need to proceed without him. Juror number 548.
So that means he's excused.
You know, as time passes, attrition kicks in.
So speed it up, guys.
Done well thus far. This will be the first juror who will be excused. He's at the emergency room. We don't know how long he'll be there. We're not going to delay the trial until we find out. So we'll proceed without that juror. Yes, sir.
Stay, Your Honor.
All right. You bring the jury.
548's out, one of the guys, and the other guy, 729, who had a problem with apparently now the work. The judge has sort of let the information out both on the gender and on the issue. So the work, he thinks he's been able to sort it out, which is good because the law protects his job as he serves as a member of the jury. You cannot get fired for serving on jury duty. But one juror has been excused, one of the alternates. Yes, they have alternates that sit there as well as the main jurors, but one of the alternates now is gone. Who is the big guy seated in the aisle of the gallery? DMB, I believe he's actually in a wheelchair. I don't know who he is, but I think that's why he's seated in the aisle, because they don't have designated wheelchair seating. They don't have to pay you, right? But they have to hold your job for you. You can't be punished for going and serving on the jury. Yes, it is a sacrifice. There are some employers that will pay you, which is amazing. I mean, the idea to just pay someone for 3 weeks while they take time off for court is amazing. Not many do though, but they should hold your job without a problem.
The jury is present, sir.
All right, very good. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Day number 12?
We're counting 10 by our count. We don't count the jury selection.
11. Day number 11. You sure? 12. I said 12, yeah. Day number 12, state's case. No. 5 days.
Matthew has a video that's going to drop on Thursday. That's in 2 days about what happens if your job disciplines you for jury duty.
Thank you, Your Honor. May
We'll
please
watch for that.
support
That'll be
the
great.
state we call Jeannie Seckinger.
Jenny. Yes. You can get fired. You can't get fired, but you can
Renew
get
our objection to this witness's question. And
yes, sir.
Thank you.
This is the This is the gunshot residue test results, I believe. So we should have this for the seatbelt, for the shirt, for the pants, for the the blue jacket.
Left hand on the belt. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, the alternates are sitting with the main jurors. They have the main jurors plus 4 alternates, but now they're down to 3 alternates.
My name is Jeannie Seckinger, Seckinger.
Ms. Seckinger, how are you doing today?
I'm good.
Awesome. Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. If you could, just kind of introduce yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to school, if you would?
I grew up in Hampton, South Carolina, graduated from Wayne Hampton, went to the University of South Carolina where I got my BS in accounting. After that, I worked a number of years in public accounting.
Thanks for the correction.
I transferred into as a
not
financial
GSR.
Analyst with Westinghouse in Hampton. And after the birth of my second child, I stayed home and worked for my husband just a few years. And in 1999, I came to work with the firm on a part-time basis, doing some special projects, and have not left. And that job has grown since that time till I was over all the business aspects and financial aspects of the law firm.
See you, Bob.
Which law firm are you talking about?
Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Elsdorf, Diedrich.
Is that PMPED?
That's correct.
Is that what the firm is currently known, or is it known by a different name?
We are now a separate entity that we've reorganized as Parker Law Group, LLP.
So this is the lady we heard at the beginning of the
And you know the
404B
defendant, Alex
stuff,
Murdaugh,
right?
over there?
I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you identify him, please?
He's in the blue jacket and white shirt sitting between Jim and Dick.
Your Honor, can the record reflect she's identified the defendant? Yes. Was he a partner in the law firm you're speaking of?
He was.
Is he a partner anymore?
No.
And we're going to talk about some of those things, the reasons for that here today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so I'm going to call it PMPED, what we're talking about. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right, well, tell me, you talked a little bit about your role in PMPED. What would you consider your role, or how would you define your role, particularly as we're moving into June of 2021?
At that point, I would be CFO/COO, basically overall office management and all financial affairs of the office, over hiring and firing, HR, just any, like I said, any business aspect of the firm.
So CFO, that means what?
Chief Financial Officer.
And COO, that means what?
Chief Operating Officer. And so I kind of combine those jobs.
All right. Are you a lawyer?
I'm not.
Are you an accountant?
I am.
Do you have a CPA?
I do.
You said you started working for the firm when?
August of '99.
And then when did, was Alec working there at that time, the defendant?
I think Alec came to work the year after me.
Okay. Did you know him prior to that?
I did. I've known Alec since I was 16 years old in high school.
Y'all went to high school together?
We did.
Did
He's
you
a
date?
few years behind me, but we were in the same school.
And you worked with Alec at the law firm up until September of 2021?
I did.
Don't think they dated.
Let's talk a little bit, if we could, about the law firm itself. And tell me a little bit about the financial structure of the law firm. How does it work that fees come into the law firm, and how do they get dispersed at the end of the year? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
Yes. So every fee that any attorney makes is property of the law firm. It comes into the law firm and goes into the law firm's accounts, and it is sitting in kind of what we call a holding account that we just amass the money. We have another account called the operating account that we use to pay the daily bills of the law firm, wages, insurance, office supplies, etc. Each attorney in the law firm is also an employee of the law firm. They receive a paycheck just like most people do, with W-2 taxes taken out and a W-2 at the end of the year. When we get to the end of the year, we figure the net profit of the law firm, basically everything brought in and everything paid out to date. And we distribute that money based off a ratio of what that attorney brought in to total. So if an attorney brought in 10%, he's going to get roughly 10% of the net income at the end of the year. And we do that in a form of a bonus one time at the end of the year.
That's a big check.
When is that bonus typically paid?
That bonus is typically paid the last week of December every year.
And is that for most cases and most of the partners, as we're going to call them in the law firm, is that the vast majority of their compensation of the year is getting it all in one lump sum at the end of the year in December?
That's correct. They receive a salary of $125 through the year that they're paid every 2 weeks, but the vast majority of their money comes in that one bonus check.
Okay. Now, you mentioned there was a salary. Looking back in June of 2021, what were the partners in the law firm, what were they getting as a salary?
$125,000 a year.
All right, $125,000, and that was broken up into checks like
26 times a year, yes.
Okay. And then,
so that's good money.
That has to be accounted for before the bonuses are paid, correct?
That's correct.
Salaries not only for the partners, but also for all the other employees?
That's correct, all staff.
All right, and is there other overhead that has to be accounted for out of the fees before that bonus can be paid?
Yes, all the other overhead is the basic operating expenditures like I discussed, rent for the building, insurance coverage for the employees, office supplies, case costs that we advance for our clients.
We've heard her testimony prior, but that was during
the case. We pay experts,
the 404B
record fees.
hearing outside the presence of the jury.
Part of overhead.
This is the first time we're hearing this in front of the jury.
That's paid,
we'll hear a little more detail here.
After everything that's paid out is what we call that net income that we distribute.
Is there some sort of 7.5% fund or offset that has to be accounted for as well before the bonus is paid?
There is. We have what we call 7.5% kind of profit sharing, and everybody takes their gross fees less their portion of overhead. We take overhead and divide it by the number of partners. And so you would take, let's just use numbers. If your gross fees were $100,000 and your overhead was $50,000, you have a net of $50,000. And we take 7.5% of that and put it in a pot and divide it back evenly in between everybody. And that purpose is meant to cover when somebody has a high year or a low year. It kind of helps people out and it helps account for differences and expenses between each attorney.
So all of that has to be taken care of before the bonus is paid out to the partners at the end of the year, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then whatever money is left over is divided up based on the percentage of the fees that that particular partner brought in of the whole for the year, is that correct?
That's correct.
So if you had a better year, you're going to get a little bit more than somebody who didn't have as good a year?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's incentivized production.
Over time, being the CFO, did Alex Murdaugh have a very lucrative practice?
He did.
Were there times where his bonus was high six figures?
Definitely.
Were there times his bonus was seven figures?
There has been. And
was it typical for the vast majority of his compensation to be in that one-time bonus at the end of the year as opposed to the $125,000 salary?
Yes, his and everybody else's.
That $125,000 salary for these individuals was a fairly small part of the compensation.
Correct.
Now,
see you,
one
Denise.
of the things
Have a
that
great
you
day.
mentioned is that at the very beginning, as you said, all fees belong to the firm. Is that right?
That is right.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 310 to your testimony real quick and see if you can recognize this particular document.
I do. This is the employment agreement that each of the attorneys in the firm sign.
All right.
I'm going to pause this just for a few seconds here. Okay, we're just getting everything synced up so that we can have picture-in-picture and everything ready.
Can I have the element, please?
Let's see if that was the right amount of pause.
I would offer 310 at this time.
Yeah, I think we're good.
No additional objections.
Okay, so I'll adjust everything on the back side so we get picture-in-picture. We can have the Murdaugh cam going in the corner in just a minute. This is testimony a lot of us have heard already, but we heard it without the jury present, and we just heard the skim across the top just for the judge to get an idea what that was going to be testified to. Now in front of the jury, they're going to go, the delivery is going to be better, there's going to be more punchline, the points are going to be emphasized for the jury to get to really grasp, because they're not allowed to take notes here in South Carolina. And so we're going to get all that punch. This is the lady that basically started the whole thing unraveling for Mr. Murdaugh, as far as chasing down missing money and asking questions that were hard to answer for him.
Exhibit 310, is this the first page of that agreement?
Yes.
All right, and on your little screen up there, can you read that all right?
Yes.
Okay. If we look at talking about employer and employees, now we've been talking about the law firm partners, but in the agreement, what are they referred to as?
They're actually shareholders, so we refer to them as partners in the fact that they all work together and support each other, but because of the type of tax entity we are, they're shareholders. It's just a legal and accounting determination. But in fact, you'll see them referred to as shareholders.
All right, but in this agreement, they're called employees, correct?
That's correct.
Now, just real quick, you talked about paying out the bonus at the end of the year, and that's where the vast majority of compensation for the partners goes out. Is there a tax reason for that? Do y'all clear the books at the end of the year?
We do clear the books at the end of the year. We function as a C corporation, which means any money that's left in that C corporation would pay a tax too. So to avoid double taxation, we pass that money down to the partners to the best of our ability.
All right, and so do you try to zero out the books?
We do.
All right, and that's to avoid taxing on anything that remained in the firm accounts?
Correct.
So let me ask you this. If the firm essentially zeroes out the books by paying these bonuses to all the partners at the end of the year, how do you operate in the few, in January and February where we're at now before fees start to come in? What money do you use to do that?
So typically, a group of partners will go in and loan money back to the firm to cover our first couple months of operating expenses. And as we recover money through the year, we'll pay them back and pay them off. So we're basically starting at almost a negative by borrowing that money.
All right, and so some of the partners will loan money to the firm to operate until there's enough fees that come in to generate enough money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do the partners have to do that, or is that something they can do if they want?
That's something that they can do if they want.
Was Alec one to ever do that?
Alec never did that.
He never did that. Okay.
He never put money back in.
Before we go on back to this agreement, let me ask you a little bit. As far as the firm accounts, you mentioned there's an operating account, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's a client trust account, correct?
That's correct.
Trust account.
Trust account.
Tell me what the client trust account is, please.
So the trust account is a fiduciary account, meaning that we have the responsibility to maintain and safeguard that money. It's where the account, whenever a case settles, that the money that is paid from the insurance company or individual from the defendant is put into that client trust account. And that is also where the money is dispersed out to any clients or any lien holders or anything to do with that disbursement. And it's also where we collect our fees and expenses from.
And are there legal obligations and money in the client trust account to ensure that that money only goes to the legitimate places it's supposed to go?
That's correct.
And if the law firm wins a case, whether by settlement or by trial, any recovery they get, does it go in that trust account first before the law firm gets paid?
Everything does, yes.
Now, I'm going to go back to the employment agreement, I believe is Exhibit 310. And right here in line 3 right there, can you read that to the jury, please?
Services for the benefit of employer. All professional services rendered by the employee shall be rendered as an employee of the employer, and all proceeds and remuneration received therefore shall inure to the employer's benefit.
All right, and this is the agreement signed by all the partners, correct?
So basically, all the money that comes in goes into the pot.
2021, it was signed by Alex Murdaugh, correct?
And then you get money out based on how much you produced.
Correct.
And what does that provision mean?
It's all a bonus at the end of the year.
That means that any work they do providing legal services and any money earned by them belongs to the law firm, not the partner to the law firm, and should run through the law firm's books.
That's
and
clear.
accounts.
The law firm's books before it can.
Right.
And then they have to wait till the end of the year for it to be accounted for after paying all the overhead and the salary and the 7.5 and all the rest of it.
That's correct.
If a law partner were to divert fees to himself personally and not send them to the law firm, what would that be?
Stealing.
Stealing. Okay.
We're clear on that. Happy birthday, James. James Rogers, happy birthday. Good to have you here on your birthday. Hope it's a great one for you. This lady is super smart. She knows her stuff.
Tell me a little bit, if you would, about the management structure of the law firm. How does it work? Just very quickly.
So each attorney, apparently, they all I can't even speak.
That's what I'll tell you my thoughts on this in a minute.
Have equal authority and equal choice. But basically, we'll have a little committee each year that we can go to with day-to-day issues and make some basic decisions that are then gone on and voted by the whole firm. I report directly to each and every attorney. So I would handle day-to-day obligations within certain authorities, and if I had an issue, then I would go to this committee or somebody who is present, because a lot of times attorneys are out of the building traveling in hard, and it would kind of go up the rank from there.
Okay. Was Alec very involved in the actual management of the firm?
No.
Were other partners more involved in the management of the firm?
See the guy, when we see
Tell
the
me, what was your
state
observation
prosecutor,
of Alec
there's
as
a guy like over his right
lawyer in the
shoulder
office?
that
What
has
was
unique
your observation
glasses and
and
haircut, and he's making some hand gestures.
Alec kept different
See if you can keep
hours
an eye on
than
him.
a lot of the rest of us. He came in and he would work late. Always loud, always busy, always in a rush. He had the gift of gab, but he always seemed last minute and hurried and frenetic.
Okay. Always last minute and frenetic?
Yes,
What about his cell phone use? How was he with the cell phone?
constantly on the phone.
See the guy rubbing his lips with his finger? What is he doing? He's staring straight ahead at the
What were
witness.
your observations of him as a lawyer?
I think Alec was successful more, not from his work ethic, but from his ability to establish relationships and to manipulate people into settlements and clients into liking him. So he did it through the art of bullshit, basically.
That can be an art.
Alex
Did he,
not liking
in your
this.
estimation, in your judgment, was he more of a technical type lawyer, or was he one that really understood how to use the emotion of a case?
He would use the emotion of a case and the emotion of his clients.
Did he understand the emotional value that the sympathies of a case could have?
I would.
Your Honor, he's asked her to testify as what he understands, what's in his mind. I object.
I sustain the objection.
With Alex, your observations of Alec as a lawyer,
Now, he's the only
what
guy I can
skills
see
did
in
you
this,
see
in
and
this
how he
video
was
when I
able
look at
to
this
value
angle.
a case?
I would think that he was able to read the client. And it seemed to, he always got higher settlements than it looks like they should appear, going back when we've reviewed everything. So I think that he used his personality more than technical skill. I think that, we look back and we see things that were manipulated and set up, and I believe he did that a lot with his clients as well.
You mentioned, did Alec get good results? Did the defendant get good results?
It appeared that they usually did, yes.
Were they very lucrative results?
Yes.
He was a producer, big producer at the firm.
Did you have any observations in working with Alec for 20-some odd years about his memory?
I think that looking back, where I thought he was chaotic and didn't remember things or kind of got bored with details sometimes and wouldn't finish things off, I really think looking back, as we've gone back and pieced together a lot of this, that we saw where he would tell people one thing and another person another. So in my opinion, looking back, I think he had almost a photographic memory, to keep all the balls in the air.
That's
that
interesting.
we now saw were in the air. It appears that he would have to have a really strong memory.
That might be fascinating to considering evidence at the crime scene. And so we were talking about the guy we're talking about is the guy behind the prosecution table, just a couple rows. He has like one side of his hair is bleached a little lighter than the other side, and he's been making some weird hand gestures with his finger on his lips, going back and forth. You'll see him. He's just off screen right now, so we'll have to pan a little bit to the right to see him. But there we go. Come on, a little further. He's just there. His finger's on his lips, right on the right-hand side of the screen. He's wearing some large, I guess you'd say, aviator-style glasses. Some tinted glasses. It's just he seems to be doing some weird gestures with his finger going across his mouth, back and forth, and holding it up there. It's interesting because very few people in the courtroom are making any sort of gesture at all, but he is.
You had mentioned before that for the firm to operate at the beginning of the year after it cleared its books, that it would loan from or take loans from partners at their option in order to sort of give some seed money until fees started to roll in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 428 to your testimony, and just have you take a look at that and ask if you recognize those documents as it relates to a particular instance involving the defendant.
I do.
All right, and tell me about this instance. What happened here, please?
Okay, so this is in 2017. A check for the payment got mistakenly written to R. Alexander Murdaugh instead of his brother Randolph Murdaugh. So the loan payoff was written to Alec.
All right, let me slow you down. So does his brother work for the law firm?
His brother does work for the law firm.
And what name does he go by?
He goes by Randy Murdaugh. His legal name is Randolph Murdaugh IV.
Had Randy Murdaugh loaned money to the law firm?
He did.
Had Alec Murdaugh loaned money?
No.
All right, and so what happened then?
So, as we said, we had the clerical error, and a few days later, Alec came to our staff, and it's not quite clear which staff because our records don't show that, but a voided check, he acted as if he'd lost this original check and had another check written. So a replacement check was then written to Alec again, which was a mistake again.
Did that second check get cashed?
The second check got cashed pretty much immediately within a week or two. And then about a year later, the first check got cashed as well. And that's when I caught in the system that he had cashed both checks. And looking back, I realized that the mistake had been made, that somebody had hit. Their names are right beside each other in the vendor list, and that they had made a clerical mistake, and that he was paid money that he was not owed.
All right. Ultimately, did he get that money twice that he was not supposed to have received?
He did.
And ultimately, was it because he claimed that he had lost the first check?
Correct.
Ultimately, did he cash both checks?
He did.
And cash the original one a year later, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Was he confronted about this back at that time when it was detected, I guess, in 2017, is that right?
He was.
And he was confronted at that time?
He was. Not.
Never tried.
I don't remember that. He was
not in any
confronted by
ones.
me. I know that Danny Henderson spoke with him about it, and Alec just claimed that he made a mistake and thought that he had paid the money, that he had loaned the money that year, and Danny chose to kind of let it go and sweep it under the rug.
Did he pay it back at that point?
He did pay it back.
All right, so that happened, and the explanation was given, and then he was allowed to pay it back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And everybody moved on, right?
That's correct. I have to point out that it was, these attorneys worked as a brotherhood and were very family, and they trusted him and accepted the explanation.
What was that word you just used? You said it was a brotherhood?
Yes.
And so when the attorneys are dealing with one another, when the attorneys are dealing with you, how are y'all dealing with one another? What's the basis of that?
Trust.
Trust?
Trust.
And so over the years, when Alex Murdaugh would tell you to do a transaction or anything like that, what were you relying on?
His word and trust.
It does sound like the books were sort of loose. I mean, they were tight as far as tax purposes, but for auditing purposes, I don't think they were very effective.
What's been known as the boat case?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember that occurring around in February 2019?
I do.
All right. And again, without going into the specifics of the boat case, what was your general understanding of the boat case? Well, let me ask you this. Was his son Paul charged with driving the boat in the boat case, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And was Alex Murdaugh sued civilly in the boat case because of the death of Mallory Beach?
Yes.
After the boat case, did you notice any changes in Alex's behavior or his demeanor around the office?
I can't say that I really did up until November, December of late 20.
Okay, and what did you notice then?
Didn't really notice it then. We can go back and notice it now. That's when he started making some disbursements that he was stealing from that started getting sloppy. So the things that I noticed are more in hindsight.
And I'll put this exhibit up on the screen. Let me get ahead of myself. This is exhibit 428 without offering evidence.
No additional objection, Joe.
All right.
Submit it without objection.
428, this is a This is the loan check you were talking about, is that right?
That's right.
This is where Alex erroneously received a check meant for his brother Randy,
That's right.
and then ultimately managed to get the same amount twice, is that correct?
That's right.
Morning, Ivan. Good to have you here.
And how much was that check for? I can bring it to you if you need to see it.
Yeah, you're going to have to.
Yeah, I'll bring it to you. Screen over here is bigger than that one.
It was for $121,358.63.
I think that's the brother that should have gotten it,
correct?
right?
Correct.
Check was to him.
When he received the check, did Alex say, no, this isn't mine, this isn't my $121,000 check?
No, he didn't.
Now, you mentioned, you started to talk about some things you noticed in late of 2020, and let's just set the table a little bit more before we do that. You mentioned disbursements. Tell the jury, before we see some paperwork, tell the jury how disbursements go about. Is there certain paperwork that's done, and how do the lawyers interface with the finance stuff for that to be accomplished?
Okay, so a disbursement after a case is won, or what we call settled, the money comes into the client trust, just like I talked about. A disbursement will recap how much money was won, how much attorney fees, how much expenses were withheld or earned for our firm in that, and then it will list any loans or liens that need to be paid off. And what I mean by that is like medical liens, medical bills, insurance companies getting their money back for items that they paid, and then it will show the balance that goes to the client.
And so then how do they interface with the finance staff? What does the finance staff do as opposed to when the attorneys prepare those disbursement forms?
It comes over to our finance department. We have the supporting documentation with it, and we will process the checks based off the attorney's signature. Those then go back to the attorneys that handled the case or the paralegals that handled the case. They meet with the client and explain the disbursement to them and give them the funds.
Is the finance staff relying on what the lawyers are sending them to determine what checks should be cut?
Yes.
All right.
With support.
With support?
Yes.
Ultimately, are they trusting the attorneys to provide them the correct information?
We are.
I think you're going to hear that testimony.
All right, so you mentioned that something happened in late 2020 that was the first things that you started to notice in the wake of the boating case that was a little different. And tell the jury what you were about to talk about.
As I said, in late 2020, I really didn't notice it at that point. But some of these items that we're going to discuss started happening at that point. My discovery of things started coming to a head in May of 21.
In May of 2021?
Yes.
All right. And tell me, what was the first thing that came to your attention?
Because so one thing that came to attention was a disbursement that the fees were made out and processed to Forge Consulting. And what that meant is that the fees weren't going into our personal account like they should. They weren't going to the firm. Forge Consulting is a true company that you can do structures of attorney fees, but the way that this was done was not correct. To do a correct structure,
let me slow you down so we can unpack this a little bit. All right. Let's first talk about what is a structure. What is a structure? What does that mean?
So a structure means that you can set up a fee in the agreement with the insurance company that you can put that money into an annuity that you'll get it out later. You can avoid taxes now and take them out when you're 65 or whatever year you determine. So it's a way that they can defer income for retirement. If they're having a good year, they can do that.
So maybe an explanation would be kind of like the lottery. You can either get your settlement in one lump sum or you can get it paid over time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so this is what a structure is getting it paid over time.
Correct.
And are there tax benefits associated with doing a structure?
They would avoid taxes at the year that they made the fee, and they would pay the taxes when they got it out, similar to your retirement 401k.
And is it sometimes common for plaintiffs' lawyers, lawyers who get recoveries for clients, to have their clients get the settlement in a structure as opposed to getting it in all one lump sum, so that there's some security over time with that money.
It is definitely a vehicle that can be used by plaintiffs' lawyers. We don't do it very often when in our firm, and when it is done, it has to be, every partner needs to know about it and needs to be agreed upon, because obviously that money's not coming into the firm to help with overhead and expenses. So we have to agree on it, and we have to account for it in our allocations at the end of the year to determine bonuses that we're going to pay out.
Sure, but I'm talking about with clients right now. So clients that receive a settlement, they can elect to either get it in one lump sum, or they can get a structured annuity over time, where they get it however much a year for the however many years it goes, correct?
Yes, that's true too.
All right. Kind of like the lottery. You can get the whole big thing, but with taxes, or you can get a bigger sum over time, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Morning,
And so
Charlie.
some clients might choose to get it over time so that their money is more secure over a longer time, correct?
Correct, and you generally see that when it's a minor involved or somebody with special needs that has a disability of some sort.
And so what is Forge Consulting, the legitimate business Forge Consulting? What do they do?
They set up structured annuities for clients like we're talking about. They do special needs trusts for people who are injured or are going to need life care plans, and they handle that kind of, they have a few other things that they do, but I'm not familiar as much with those services.
Have they provided services over the years, the legitimate company, Forge Consulting, legitimate services to the law firm and its clients over the years in helping them set up structured settlements?
They do. We've used them 250 to 300 times.
And who's kind of like the main guy at Forge Consulting, the legitimate business?
Michael Gunn.
All right. Now, you mentioned that we're not talking now about the client structuring their settlements, but what if a lawyer wins a big case and wants to, so he's going to get a huge fee. And let me ask you this first. Generally, what is the legal fees for the firm when they win a case, whether by settlement or by trial?
Generally, they're 33% to 40%, and it depends on what stage the case was in or the work we had to do. So if we settle a case before we have to start doing summons and complaints and depositions or going to trial, we take 33 1/3%. If it goes further, we do 40%, and it can go to 45% if it's on an appeal. But generally speaking, it's between 1/3 and 40%.
So let's say that somebody's a partner, and let's say they win a case of $10 million, and it was a 40% one, so they're going to get a $4 million fee, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's say that they decided that instead of taking that fee, that $4 million fee, they want to structure that fee just like a client would. Can they do that?
They can do that, and that's what I was referring to before. With the authorization of the other partners and making sure that we have enough money to operate and enough money to account for it. If they do that, it's supposed to be done in the release, and the insurance company will send the money directly to Forge Consulting and not through us.
Okay. Because it can't go through y'all directly or it doesn't work.
Or he would not get the tax benefit of it.
And if an attorney still had to do that, they're going to have to work everything out with y'all to make sure everything's accounted for the end of the year bonuses and everything else.
That's correct.
Okay. Is that a common thing that people in the firm were doing?
No.
All right. So, kind of setting all that up, did you, what came to your attention as it related to the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
So in May 17, there was a disbursement called Hirschberger that the fees were said I would have to look at the exact disbursement, but it said structured fees, Forge, and it had an amount.
Let me get something more real quick.
Yep.
So Buster's there in the courtroom. He's the redhead, sort of light-colored suit, white shirt, no tie, sitting sort of diagonally back behind his dad. Looks like his girlfriend is sitting next to him to his left. And then the brother to his right is the one that I think Alex was who the check that they talked about was supposed to be written out to. And Alex cashed it and then cashed the replacement check as well. Or vice versa, the replacement check and then the first one. It's on
All
the
right,
mend.
I'm going to
Samantha.
show
We're
you
doing
what's
good.
been marked as Exhibit 429 to your testimony, and have you just flip through that real quick and tell me generally what that is.
Okay, this is the disbursements to do with the money recovered in the Hirschberger case. And this one had multiple disbursements.
All right, but let's just talk about the one you were just referring to. And
Okay.
I'll show it to you.
It's this page.
On the third page of this exhibit, is that right?
That's right.
All right, pick up your story. What did you notice that came to your attention?
So it says PMPED attorney fee, and in parentheses, it had Forge. The check had been made out payable to Forge, and I knew this was incorrect, so I went and had a discussion with Alec about this. And the basics of the discussion was we needed to know about if they were going to do a structured annuity, we needed to do it. I also told him that the way he had done it was incorrect, that he would not be saving any tax consequences, that he needed to properly set it up with the insurance company on the front side.
All right, and why wasn't it done right? Why were you telling, at least from what you knew at the time, why did you think it was not being done right?
Basically, because it should have gone from the insurance company directly to Forge. We would not write a check and send it to Forge for a structured fee.
Let me put this up on the screen just real quick.
No other objection to 429.
All right, and this time I move states 429 into evidence, I believe, without additional objection. All right. So is this the disbursement sheet you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And this is generally the first one the jury's seen, but is this generally how disbursement sheets look that are prepared by the law firm?
Yes, you generally see the caption and then our inside number, which is the matter ID. You'll see the recovery and who's paid out. Then the next section should be your fee and expenses.
All right, so you've got the fee right there, correct?
That's correct.
And then you have expenses, and what are expenses?
So the expenses are the case costs that we paid going along, costs to get depositions and pay transcribers, medical records, expert opinions. Sometimes vehicles are involved that we store. So it's anything that we pay on behalf of that case.
All right, and so they'll have to come out of the recovery too, correct?
That's correct.
And that's separate from the attorney's fees, right?
Correct.
All right, so when y'all settle a case, you're going to get your attorney's fees, but you're also going to get paid back any costs and expenses you had to litigate the case.
That's correct.
Two separate amounts.
Correct.
All right, and then we've got a lien. Explain to me what a lien is and how those affect disbursements if you will, please.
So a lien is, it could be as simple as paying a doctor's bill that was guaranteed, or it can be paying back subrogation, which means subrogation just means if you had insurance that covered it personally, your Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we recovered money, Blue Cross Blue Shield or Medicare and Medicaid, if you had that, would then be seeking their money back. So that would be a lien.
Sometimes somebody who got injured, like in a car wreck or something, might have medical bills, and there's a lien for that.
Yes.
And sometimes funds might be withheld to satisfy those medical bills.
That's correct too.
Is it common for the law firm to then negotiate with the medical provider, like a hospital or whatever, and see if you can get that medical bill down to a number they'll settle for?
That is correct.
And then if you save any money between what their bill was and what you get them to accept, is that additional money that should go back to the client?
That's right.
And are those very common in these types of cases?
Yes, and generally we will not hold up dispersing the money to the client, waiting on that to happen because it can take a while. So we may have a disbursement that leaves some money in our account, the balance of those bills while we're negotiating them, and then we'll do a second disbursement to pay those clients that money or the provider the money.
All right, so you pay them the big amount first, and then if you're lucky enough to settle for a lesser amount, then whatever's left over you'll send to them later.
Correct.
All right, so then down here we have then the ultimate disbursement to the beneficiaries, the clients. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right.
And if there's multiple as this one, you would see the split between the two.
All right. And
So
just real
this
quick,
the
whose
details.
signature
We're
is
gonna
that right
once
That
we
is
figure out
Alex.
how it
there?
works.
Have you worked with him for how long? Or,
There's
or
some
did
good
work with
information
him?
coming. Don't zone
23
out here
years,
because we're
22
gonna get
years.
there pretty quick.
And so you got very familiar with his signature?
Yes.
You recognize that as his signature?
Yes.
All right, going back here to this disbursement, we had PMP attorney's fee Forge, and then you had that amount And then what is this next page of this exhibit?
That's the canceled check payable to Forge for $83,333.33.
All right, and you recognize that signature on there?
That's Alex.
Okay. And so when we last left off, you were telling Alec that it had been done wrong because it had gone straight from the trust account direct to what you believe to be Forge at the time, correct?
Correct.
And it can't go to the law firm or the tax benefits go away.
That's right.
All right. So you raised those issues with Alec. What was his response when you first talked to him about this?
His response was that he was not worried so much about the tax ramifications and saving the taxes, but that he was trying to get money in Maggie's name due to the boat accident that had happened in February of 2019.
All right. Go ahead.
He also brought up the fact that he was friends with Michael Gunn and that was going to try to work with Michael Gunn, putting up some fees during the year as a favor to Michael Gunn and to help him accomplish putting money in Maggie's name.
Did he say anything, and I apologize if you already said this, did he say anything in response to your pointing out that this isn't going to work for the tax benefit?
He said that's fine. He was not worried about the tax benefit so much as getting the money in Maggie's name.
Because of what?
The boat wreck.
Because of the boat wreck. All right. Did that concern you at all?
Yes, it did.
And why did it concern you?
Because that is hiding assets, and we're not going to be part of any hiding assets or any wrongdoing. So we were very concerned that he was trying to do that, and we didn't want to be a part of it.
At that point in time, did you do anything about it, or did you kind of table the matter?
Do you guys
for the time being?
understand
We
why I
kind of
wanted it
tabled
in
the matter
Maggie's
for the time being. I had it kind of set aside, trying to figure out how am I going to account for this in my books, and we were going to go back and talk to partners and kind of figure out what we were going to do.
Getting it in Maggie's name means it's not in his name. It's not going to be
When is the
subject
deadline
to the
that you have to
settlement.
account for everything in the books?
It's to hide money from him getting
Usually
sued.
I will do our final closing. I balance all the time, but usually we'll do that final accounting in December. So I really start drilling down and looking at everything and balancing out in December. But I knew I had till December to figure this out. And at that point, I was more concerned about how we were going to put it on our books and also letting the partners know what was going on so we could make sure that it was disclosed to his attorneys with the boat wreck stuff.
Did you kind of just put that aside but keep it in the back of your mind?
Right.
This is in May of what year did this happen?
21.
All right. Later on that month, did you receive a communication of any sort from Alex Paralegal?
I did on Monday.
Who was that, real quick?
That is Annette Griswold.
All right.
And she's one of his paralegals.
And what communication did she have with you?
So I received an email. I was working in our Waldoboro office that day, and I received an email from Annette that said she needed to talk to me in private, and could I please meet with her when I got back in the office. So when I did get back in the office, we met, and she came to me with another concern in another file that we had.
All right. And tell me what file was that?
So this file we referred to it as the Ferris file. And it was a case with Ferris versus Mack Truck that had a fairly significant settlement. And the concern was that we had only received the expenses. When on this, let me first say, this case was handled by Chris Wilson's firm, and they were handling the disbursement. All the money went through their account, and they drafted the disbursement and met with the client. So if that happens, typically the associate attorney will mail us our fee check and our expense check at the same time.
Let me slow you down. So this particular case, the Ferris case, was Alex Murdaugh the only attorney on that case?
In our firm, I believe he was, but Chris Wilson was the associated attorney.
Is Chris Wilson in PMPED, or is he in a different firm?
No, he's in his own different firm.
And does that happen sometimes that two lawyers, one lawyer from your firm and one lawyer from another firm will share a case?
Yes, we have quite a lot of that.
All right. And then ultimately those fees have to be split whichever way they agreed to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then sometimes if the settlement money or the trial money comes into that other firm, then they have to disperse the fees and expenses to you.
That's correct.
And tell the jury again, what was Annette's concern? Did she receive part of it but not the other thing?
Annette received only a check for the expenses.
But not the fees?
Not the fee, which is unusual. So she had already, unbeknownst to me, contacted my staff to make sure that we had not received that fee prior. And indeed, we checked and it had not been. So the conversation Annette had with me that day was her concern that we were missing the fee check. And she'd had some conversations with Vicki Lyman, who is Chris Wilson's paralegal. And that led Annette to believe that Alec had already had the money paid to him.
And that's the concern that she reported to you?
Yes.
All right. Hold on for me, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 312 in 1 second.
Okay, this is interesting. Yes, this is the first witness of the 404B evidence. This is in front of the jury, so a lot of us have heard some of this before. We're obviously going in a little more depth with each question. They're explaining it. They're simplifying a little bit for the jury so they can understand what's happening. The fact that he was trying to hide money in Maggie's name was because he was basically because of his liability in the boat accident. He was worried he was going to get sued and lose his assets. So he wanted to hide money illegally in Maggie's name instead, transfer some of his income to her name. And this is what we're talking about here now. And she said, that's not how our company operates. We didn't want to be any part of that. All this law finance firm just makes me sick. They're playing three-card Monte with clients' money. Yep. So this is the beginning of the unraveling. She's picking at the loose threads here, and we're going to hear as they dig further and who gets involved and what's happened. The pressure is going to build on Alec, and he's going to start having to shuffle things around to cover for what he's done already.
I believe States 312 is offered for admission with no additional objection.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Submitted.
All right, I'm going to show you this packet of documents. I'm going to go to some emails that are within it. And first of all, I'm going to show you this one right here and just see if you recognize that, please.
I do.
All right, tell me what that is.
This is an email from Vicki Lyman, who's the paralegal for Chris Wilson, to Annette Griswold, who's the paralegal for Alex Murdaugh. And in it, Annette's questioning, why did we get the expenses and no fee? Vicki replied back, dear friend, it's only cost because your boss and mine got their fees once they were signed.
All right, so that's why Annette brought that concern to you? Right?
Yes.
All right. Did you have any conversation with Annette about what to do?
Well, Annette expressed concern about tattling on Alec and perhaps getting in trouble for him or retaliation from him. So I told her...
What's the concern? What's the concern right now?
The concern is...
I just asked her what her concern was, Your Honor.
The concern was that money had been stolen.
If there's an objection, wait. Yes, sir.
He's asking her what Annette's concern was, and Annette needs to testify about her own concern.
All right, sir. You state the question, please.
I'll restate the question. What was your concern?
My concern was that he had stolen the fees and they were paid to him personally.
All right. Did you, in this conversation with Annette, did you instruct her to do anything? Did you send any email?
I sent an email to Annette asking for Annette to get copies of the complete disbursement from Chris Wilson's office, along with a copy of what we call the general ledger printout, which would show the deposit and the checks, and the supporting document to the disbursement. Oftentimes, we'll just get a copy of the disbursement. So I asked for the full records like we would have in our office.
And what did you tell Annette to do once you sent that email to her?
Annette forwarded that email to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been was part of Exhibit 312, and it's marked as 2374 at the bottom. And just kind of read that email going up. Is that the email that you sent to Annette?
Yes.
And is that the one that you were asking her to forward on?
Yes.
To request additional information from Chris Wilson's office to try to get to the bottom of it?
Yes.
All right. And if we go to the prior page, Is that where Annette forwarded that document on to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
This is.
All right.
I don't like them standing right next to the witness and talking like that. I don't know what I don't like about it. I think it's because the judge has to almost turn around to see it.
What was the date on that email when it was ultimately forwarded to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
That email was sent on May 27th, but Vicki was out of the office on vacation, so Vicki replied to Annette on June 2nd upon her return.
Okay, and what was the reply?
And the reply was just clarifying what documents that they needed. And at that point, Vicki replies back to Annette that she's not privy to that information, but she'll forward it on to Chris Wilson.
To her boss, Chris Wilson?
Yes.
All right, so have y'all gotten an answer at this point?
No.
All right, so what's the next step? What happens after that?
So we're waiting for a while, and on Monday, May 7th, I went to Alex's office searching for him after lunch.
After you sent this email on June 2nd, did Alec ever reach out to you or talk to you about the inquiries that you were making about where these fees were?
Yes, he actually came in the next day. First thing, Chris did not answer me, but Alec came in the first thing and said, that money's in Chris's trust. Why do you need all this information? And I basically said, we just need it for our records. It's what we have in ours, and it's required for us to keep. He assured me that the money was over there and that he'd get the records and they would get everything that we needed.
And that was some point after June 2nd?
I believe it was the next morning.
All right. And did you seek him out, or did he seek you out to say, hey, no, that money's there the whole time?
He seeked me out.
All right. And that's what he told you?
Yes.
All right. Around this time, did anybody else, did you have any discussions with any of the other partners about what was going on with this?
I did. I'd initially gone to Lee Cope because he's one of the partners that does a lot of the managing, and he happened to be the one that was in the office when this was going on that I could find and talk to. And he also helped me come up with the plan of how we were going to handle it so Alec would not think Annette was questioning. Mark Ball also knew some about it, so.
All right. They were saving Annette's job so that Alec wouldn't fire her. She's the one that brought this up.
Was there any discussion about anyone contacting Chris Wilson?
After we didn't get it, that came later.
That came later?
That came later.
Okay. All right. So Alec comes to you and says all that money's there. What's the next thing that happened that you did?
So the next thing that happened was on Monday, on June 7th, I went looking for Alec.
Let me slow you down. On Monday, June 7th?
Yes.
What year?
21.
June 7th, 2021. What happened?
Went to look for Alec, and when I got upstairs, he was standing outside of his office leaning on a file cabinet, and he looked at me with a pretty dirty look, one I'd not seen before, and said, "What do you need now?" Clearly disgusted with me, which kind of raised my hackle, so I said, well, let's go in your office and talk about it.
Fight.
We went in his office.
Round one.
I told him, I said, I have reason to believe that you received the Ferris money directly to you, and you need to prove to me that you did not. And he assured me again that the money was in there. I told him I still needed to see the ledgers or proof that it was. Again, he told me the money was in there, that we could get it any time. Said he was trying to leave it in there to decide what to do as far as structuring some more money or putting more money in Maggie's name.
You asked him for proof, is that correct?
Yes.
Proof that he didn't have that money?
Yes.
Were you able to complete that conversation on the morning of June 7th, 2021?
It was actually the afternoon of June 7th.
Afternoon.
But no, we were not able to complete it during the middle of our conversation. He took a phone call, and the call was saying that his father was in the hospital and that there was nothing more that could be done, and he was terminal. So at that point, you know, I've known Alec since I was 16 years old, known the family forever. It turned into a personal conversation about how's your dad doing, how's everything doing, you know, what's going on. And I basically thought he was leaving to go to the hospital to attend to his father, so I left the office at that time, and we did not discuss the money anymore.
You thought he was leaving to go?
I thought he was going to go to see about his father.
It's $792,000.
He got
I
a
believe,
phone call about his
was the
father
amount.
June 7th, 2021, correct?
That's right.
Did you have a conversation with Alec later on that day?
We did. Around 4 o'clock, my phone rang, and I remember because I was surprised that he was still there. And Alec was asking me some information about his 401k balance.
And why was he doing that?
He was doing that because he stated he had to get some documents and financials together for a hearing regarding the boat wreck later that week.
He needed his own financial information for a hearing for the boat case that week, correct?
That's correct.
None of the streams are providing anything but one image right now. So as soon as I get another one that will give me a live image of Alec during the questioning, I'll give the picture-in-picture back. But I have to build that myself.
You know
It's just
when
not
the
available
boat
right
case was? The boat case hearing was?
I believe it was June 10th,
June 10th?
21, within a few days.
Within a few days. Were you surprised to hear from him in the office?
I was, because I thought he was leaving.
Thought he was leaving because of the call from about his father.
His father.
So he takes a call, urgent, oh, we can't continue this conversation, my dad's dying, and then he stays in the office. He's like, oh, I need these records for my court case.
Did you go home at the end of work that day?
I did.
I'm working on getting a split
Well,
screen
back home
back. I
and
just
had a
need
normal
another
evening?
source for the other
Yes,
image. Hang on.
until about
Give me a few
10:30.
minutes, guys.
Tell me what happened at 10:30.
I got a call or started getting texts from friends asking if I'd heard if Maggie and Paul had been shot. I didn't know anything about it. They were hearing things on scanners. So I've sent texts to a couple of the attorneys and did not hear back until probably 2 o'clock in the night. Mark emailed me back or texted me back that they in fact had been shot and killed.
Was that shocking?
It was very shocking.
Was everybody scared?
Very scary. You know, nobody knew what was going on, so very scary.
You said this law firm was like a brotherhood.
Started a little bit of
correct?
rock in there.
That's correct.
Did everyone rally to Alex aid?
We did. Nothing happened that week at work. Everybody spent time with Alec, trying to support him, bringing family meals, attending the funerals, so nothing happened all week.
After the murders happened, was anybody at all concerned about getting the proof for those missing fees after those murders happened at that point in time?
We weren't, because we were concerned about Alec. He wasn't working a whole lot. He was erratic. We knew he was taking pills. We were just worried about his sanity, so we weren't going to go in there and harass him about money when we were worried about his mental state and the fact that his family had been killed. It just wasn't even on our mind at that point.
He gave his son permission to ride the boat.
Wouldn't
it was
be
his
on your
boat.
mind, would it?
No.
There's just financial ties to it. Permission, responsibility that way.
As a few weeks went on, did you ever receive any communication about those fees that kind of put the matter to bed at least a little bit?
We did. Lee Cope, who is one of the partners, took over. We decided we were not going to press Alec, but Lee made some contact with Chris Wilson during that time, asking Chris for information. And I believe after that, Alec searched me out again and said, hey, I've got that money. But it wasn't until, I believe it was July 19th, I received an email that Chris had forwarded to Alec. Alec then forwarded the email to myself and Lee Cope. And in that email, it said, I am holding the fees for the Ferris case, and he named the amounts and said they are available anytime that you should need them. So we're being told by outside counsel that the money is there.
Did you trust what you were being told?
Yes.
When you got that email, did at least for the time being, that looked like the matter was put to bed?
Yes, I mean, these are members of the bar who've taken a sworn oath that we're supposed to trust, and they're telling us the money's there.
I'm still in Exhibit 312. I'm going to put this up on the screen. Do you recognize that?
That is the email that I'm referring to.
And this email comes from who to who?
Comes from Chris Wilson to Alex Murdaugh.
And then it gets sent to who?
Myself and Lee Cope.
From who?
From Alex Murdaugh.
All right. And can you read to the jury that paragraph right there, what was forwarded to you to sort of put this matter to bed?
Alex, as discussed, I am confirming that I am holding in trust $600,000 in the Andrell Ferris case and $192,000 in the Denise Ferris case, which represent attorney fees. I will continue to hold these monies in trust until I'm instructed by you and your firm regarding payment.
Does that leave you to believe that those monies have been there all along?
Yes, with some hesitation on my part, because it still seemed a little shaky to me. But I've decided that I would have to believe what was presented to me.
And this, what's the date on this particular email?
July 19th.
So we're just
of
over
2021.
Just over a month after the murders, is that correct?
Yes, a little over.
I take you forward a little bit. Well, let me ask you this. In that time period in July and August, going into early September, is Alec in the office much?
He's not in the office very much, no.
You had mentioned before the first thing that kind of came to your attention, and what case was that?
Hirschberger and Ferris.
All right. At some point in time, does that Hirschberger matter kind of come back to your attention to take a look at that?
Yes, like I said, I had it sitting there on my desktop right in front of me, but due to work and personal obligations and things that were happening that summer, I didn't start looking again until September. And I decided to start combing through his fees for the year and just making sure that we had not missed anything else.
Before you go on with that, around that same time as you're doing that, does Annette Griswold come into your office?
She did. Incidentally, during the day, after I'd found what I'm about to discuss with you, she walks into the office and had found a check on Alex's desk that was made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, and it was from Chris Wilson's trust account, and the amount, I believe, was $225,000, and it was signed and on the memo, Ferris fees.
All right.
Boom.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 313. See if you recognize that.
That's the check I'm just discussing.
All right. Your Honor, this time I would move States 313 into evidence.
No additional objection.
Admitted.
And what is States 313?
That is a check from Chris Wilson's client trust account payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire, in the amount of $225,000 referencing Ferris fees.
Is it made out to the law firm?
No.
Who's it made out to?
It's made out to him personally, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
When you see this check, what, if anything, is your realization?
That he stole the money, that he'd been lying.
And what's the date on that check?
March 10th, 2021.
Man, I didn't even notice her scarf.
All right.
Sort of blends in.
So, and that brings you that check, and you're
Camouflage.
also looking at the forward. You said, explain what you were doing as well when this is going on.
So simultaneously that day, I decided to print out a listing of forged payments to Forge Consulting. And as I was printing those out, I was printing supporting documents and canceled checks And as the canceled checks hit the back of my printer, I could see Alex Murdaugh's signature on the back. It would say Alex Murdaugh, and a lot of them were Bank of America. And as everyone came out, I started noticing it more and more, and the sickest feeling you could feel in the world. I knew that he was stealing all this money. At that point, William Barnes just happened to call over to my office and said, "What are you doing? How are you doing today?" And I said, "I'm about to throw up. You need to come over here." And showed him the checks, at which point he verified that he thought that was Alex's signature as well. From there, we called Mark Ball. Mark Ball came and looked over the information. We showed him the proof of the check of the $225,000, and Mark noticed that one of the cases that he definitely knew it could not have been going to forge because it was a workers' comp case.
Which case was that?
That was Thomas Moore.
Okay, keep going.
So he knew that that money couldn't have been sent no matter what. We also discussed this with Lee Cope, and we were trying to decide how are we going to handle this, what are we going to do. Lee Cope, it was decided that Lee Cope would contact Michael Gunn directly, and we named a few of the cases, we got a few of the names. Lee contacted Michael Gunn, asked him if there'd ever been, to please verify if there'd ever been any structures with that, and also asked Michael Gunn if they'd been banking at Bank of America. Michael's reply to Lee was that they had not banked at Bank of America in a number of years, and that he was unable to verify that those were indeed set structured fees for those clients.
All right, so let me slow you down real quick. You researched what name in there?
Forge Consulting.
So you're researching in your system Forge Consulting, correct?
Yes.
To see any instances where it was an Alex Murdaugh case that went to Forge Consulting, correct?
Correct.
And did you find a number of checks?
We did.
You have access to the firm trust account checks on your system?
Yes.
And when you saw those checks, what did you observe that caused that sickening feeling you just described?
They were made to Forge instead of Forge Consulting, but also the fact that his signature was on the back and the endorsement on the back was Bank of America.
And what did that indicate to you about all those checks when you saw his signature on them?
That they were stolen fees, stolen money.
That's stolen from everybody because this was all supposed to go in the pot that everyone gets paid out of at the end of the year, including her.
That's different from this, correct?
That's correct.
What's being stolen? What, if anything, is being stolen with Exhibit 313?
The check is being written directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, and in the other scheme, it is written to a Forge account, which we realized was a Forge bank account. We found in the office a few days later bank statements that said Richard Alexander Murdaugh doing business as Forge.
So we can explain this if you guys aren't following this. There's a lot here. He set up a fake company to look like the company they would normally do business with for structured payments, and instead he would send all the payments to them, and that would just route right back to his bank account.
So you say a few days later in Alex's office you found some bank statements?
That's correct.
Do you remember what bank they were on?
Bank of America.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 335 and see if you recognize that just as an example.
I do.
And what is that?
This is a bank statement from Bank of America with the name Richard A. Murdaugh, sole prop, which means proprietor, doing business as Forge, and it has Alex's home address as the contact on the bank account.
Okay. And you found bank statements on this account in his office, correct?
That's right.
Is this the legitimate Forge bank account?
It's the fake Forge bank account.
Welcome, Brett. Hope you enjoy it here. Do dive in. The water's fine.
Your Honor, we don't have any additional objections.
I would offer a 335, Your Honor, at this time. Is that the name that was on the account that you found?
Yes.
And you called it, quote, fake forge.
Fake forge.
And why do you call it fake forge?
Because there is a real Forge Consulting, but this was a fake company that he set up to mimic and look like, and designed to look like Forge.
The real forge, who's the main guy at the real forge?
Michael Gunn.
And does this account right here in Alex Murdaugh's name have anything to do with the real forge?
Absolutely none.
We'll hear from Michael Gunn later.
Going back to Exhibit 313, this check, the problem is, who should have this check been made out to?
That should have been made out to Peters, Murdoch, Parker, Elsdroth, and Dietrich.
To the law firm, correct?
That's right.
All right, so who is not getting what they're supposed to get in this instance for this check?
The law firm.
When we start talking about the fake forge account, who's generally not getting what they're supposed to get? Is the law firm or someone else?
Generally the client, sometimes the law firm, but generally the client.
Generally the clients. All right.
So we're getting a little bit more during this line of questioning than we heard during the hearing without the jury there.
See if you recognize this.
This is going to motive, Jenny. We've got to connect all these dots, and there will be a lot of dots
Yes,
here.
this is a
But it's going to paint a picture
spreadsheet
of his
of all
financial
the payments
situation.
made to the fake forge, referencing each client and the amount that was stolen from each client.
And did you prepare that?
I did.
All right. And is this based on an investigation that you had to do in the wake of all of this?
Yes, we did. We also had forensic auditors come in and look at this. We hired former FBI to come in and look at this, and we've also self-reported to the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, which maintains licenses, and we've turned over 10 years of information to them at least and provided them with all this.
Let me see it real quick. Your Honor, at this time we would move into evidence states 314.
Your Honor, we do not have any additional objections, provided we understand that it's being offered for the limited purpose for which Your Honor instructed the jury yesterday. It's not character evidence, it's only the motive, according to the state's theory.
Yes, sir.
A little bit of a speaking
right.
objection. That wasn't an objection. We don't object as long as you understand this. Yeah, we're going to get to his loans and how easily he could request money and have it provided for him from the bank. Just enormous sums of money.
We'll pick up on your story in a little bit, but you were saying that when Annette Griswold, around the time she brought you that Chris Wilson check that had Alex's name on it, you also were bringing up and searching forge in your system, and that's when you saw all these, quote, fake forge checks, correct?
That's correct.
Buster wasn't here the first
You
time.
went and talked to some partners about it and that sort of thing, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and we're going to talk about that in a minute, but just real quick, as we go to Exhibit 314, this is that spreadsheet that you prepared, is that correct?
That's correct.
They had to self-report because
And
once
we
this
have
comes to light, they could
what's this
lose.
right here?
They could lose out.
That is the
big
date
time if
of
they
the
don't.
check where the funds were stolen from.
All right, and then right here,
That's the client name.
all right, and then right here,
That's what we call the civil action number if it's been filed within the court,
all right, and then the category,
is what type that he did. Most of them are forged payments, or you see a couple other, took insurance, so he had a few methods.
all right, and then over here, is that when y'all had to pay the money back?
Yes, so for each one of these, the money that was stolen, all the partners got together and had to put the money back into client trust, and we went through and corrected and met with every client and distributed money back to them. That's an ongoing basis still going on.
They're still paying money back to
All these
clients.
clients you had to pay, the law firm had to pay money back.
The partners came up with money and paid all the clients back
Out of their
Why
pockets.
did y'all have to pay all that money back?
because Alec had stolen it.
We're going to talk about these in a minute, but if we look at the bottom, at least for this category, what was the total that you have, at least for this category?
$2,841,512.55.
Add these numbers up.
And at least in this category, the earliest date we have is roughly what year?
2015.
All right, let's go back to early September. Do you remember what day it was that all this was happening?
September 2nd.
All right, and that brings you this check. You're finding these things. You say you talked to some of the partners about this?
Correct.
And what happens after that? What do y'all do?
We had a partner meeting at Lee Cope's house the morning of Friday, September 3rd.
Is the defendant there?
No.
All right. Is Randy Murdaugh there?
Randy is not there initially.
Okay.
Initially, we showed all the remaining partners what we had found and that he had been stealing. The consensus was, let's get Randy in here and let's show him, so he wasn't blindsided. Randy came in, we presented him the evidence, and he immediately hung his head and said, he stole it, we've got to do something about this.
All right. And did anybody then go make contact with the defendant?
So Danny Henderson and Randy Murdaugh went to confront Alec about it.
And what was reported to you after that conversation?
The report was that Alec had admitted that he stole the money and that we were forcing him to resign.
In the wake of all of that, you ultimately had to start doing this review, is that correct?
Yes.
And this spreadsheet that we're about to go through reflects those various transactions, is that correct?
That's right.
You get your calculators ready.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. If you go to the jury room, please do not discuss the case.
Creighton's like, no, we've got the setup. Let's do it. The judge says, hold it, hold it, hold it. So there goes Harpootlian. He's headed out to talk to somebody, and well, he's headed out the door, I think. It's break time for him. All right, so everyone gets a little break to stretch. He told them not to discuss the case, so I think they're leaving the courtroom. I think he's going to give them about a 10-minute break. Let's check and see if this is just a stretch or what. The audio that's the noise that's coming in and out, they have microphones set up all over this courtroom. The witness's mic is very good, and when she's the only one talking, we just get her sound, and they turn off all the other microphones. There are some other microphones that are designed to pick up the lawyers as they wander around the courtroom. And when those ones are turned on, we get a lot of the background hum and chatter from the gallery. So I can't control that. If there is a specific noise that I can tune that out. I can equalize that and get rid of some of the sound. So if something happens, I'll try to fix the audio as best I can, boost the levels and everything. If you need me to adjust things a little bit, let me know as well. Yeah, so it's going to be receipt time here in just a second. We're gonna catch all of that. Let's see here. Still got the audio going from court, so when it comes back, we won't miss a thing, and we'll jump back there as soon as it happens. A lot more people jumped in. Welcome to all of you. Let's see. This is the financial crimes, or the 404B is the actual rule, the evidence that the judge heard at least a summary of over the last couple days, starting last week. So we've heard a couple of those. The judge ruled it's all admissible, so now we're going back through these. So most of these witnesses, I think all of them, maybe with the exception of one, have testified already in front of the judge and in the courtroom. And so the gallery heard it. The buster was not there. The family left for this. The jury was not there. So this is the first time the jury's hearing it. Anything new from this witness compared to the last time she was on? Murray, just a little more detail as far as how this came to light and the process of them discovering the check and how they talked and what their decision making was. It's just this story is a little more full, and it's being told in a way that I think the jury is able to follow very well. So far, there's not a lot new. I will say that in this testimony, she does seem to be very much anti-Alex, where in the first one she was more matter of fact, and then there were points that came up where you could tell she was very disgusted with Alex. But here, that level of disgust seems a little higher, and it's more present in her answers throughout the testimony. But no bombshells here that haven't dropped already in the 404B hearing. Now is the best time to go and hit the like button. That's awesome. Let's see. I'm going to hit this right here for just 1 second. Let's see. Trying to get everything synced up. I've got my 3 sources working, but I'm going to have to sync them here just so we can get multiple things on screen. I want to be able to show you Alex and his reaction at any time, and so I have to be able to switch around from different feeds as they switch what they're showing as well. Let's see. It's being explained far better. Yes, I agree, and it's a good pace. The prosecutor is saying, that's why he said, "Hey, let me slow you down. Slow down. Hang on." And he's making sure we hit every single logical, milestone as she's spelling this out. And this is just the beginning. It's going to get so good. Wait till you get Tinsley up there. It's going to be fantastic. He's the attorney that sued. He represented the family of the girl who died in the boat accident, and he was a firecracker. I wonder if the defense will just say no further questions just to save themselves the humiliation, because he ran over them just full speed ahead. Let's see. So GPET, his son Buster, is in the courtroom. We don't know if this is the first time he's heard this. He probably knows these facts. He's probably been consulted a little bit because he is sort of running the family finances on the outside right now. So he probably knows what's going on to some extent, but he was not in the courtroom the last time it happened. So actually the delivery and everything like that might be the first time for him. But he was not here when the first time it happened. The jury wasn't either. He only is here when the jury's here. Pam Jams, good morning. Good to have you here. Jim Bob as well. Should have been here 2 hours ago, but she didn't miss a ton. We can catch you up. Looks like Lady Writer just gifted a membership. And I'm sorry, I think some came in this morning that I missed. Ashley R. was gifted a membership by Lady Writer. Congratulations, Ashley. And thank you so much, Lady Writer, for your generous gift. What are your thoughts on why it took so long to find all this? Ginger, I think part of it was the Forge company. The fact that the law firm did business with Forge. They did structure settlements with Forge. That was a familiar name. And so Alex, when he formed his fake Forge company at a different bank, he was able to just insert his company in the existing system, and it didn't raise any alarms. It wasn't like suddenly rerouting money to somewhere else. The name on the check basically looked the same. He just would cash it at his company instead of the other one, and it would go to Bank of America. So it was he was able to slide into some existing processes that were probably lax to begin with. The witness Jeannie Seckinger, she mentioned that this was like a brotherhood. They did trust each other. They had a lot of authority to structure and decide. As a lawyer would, as far as settlements go, they have a lot of authority to manage things like that, and so they just would self-report and put the money into the pot. And it was like family. Everyone just assumed we were all in this together. We're working together. That's why they had the structure in place so that, if you had a bad year and I had a good year, I would pay in, 7.5% of my money, and it would sort of go to this pool, and it would sort of lift everybody up. So we're all, rising tide raises all boats, floats all boats, or something like that. They had all this there, and Alex, on the other hand, wasn't putting into the pot nearly the amount he should. Not everything. Sometimes he did put into the pot, and she hasn't testified to that yet, like she did the first time around, that it wasn't in every case, but where he could, he did steal. What's the timeline of the boating accident? 2015? I think so. It's 2015. Was that Stephen Smith's death? I don't know. And they haven't got into that one in court much either. So it was earlier. It was definitely, it predates the murders, obviously, because we've heard that testimony. What's heartbreaking is the housekeeper's sons. Sweet Richard, you are completely correct. Listening to that testimony and the fact that they their mom works her tail end off for the Murdaughs for 20 years and then falls down the stairs in some suspicious circumstance, dies a couple weeks later, never is able to really regain consciousness and tell her account of what happened. And then Alex strings those boys along saying, I'm fighting for you. I'm going to go to town for you. We're going to try to win some money against the insurance, his insurance. He's basically suing himself, right? So he's suing his insurance, and he keeps pulling them along for over a year. Never tells them there's a settlement, a $500,000 settlement. No, never tells them there's like a $3.9 million settlement, and keeps saying, there's a chance I might be able to get you each $100,000. And the boys don't find out until it's in the news that there's been a settlement, and family members tell them, you should ask the lawyer about it. They call him up, and he's like, still working on it. So yeah, it's heartbreaking. In that case, they did get made whole, I believe. They did sue, and their lawyer, the lawyer they used to sue, is actually on the witness list. We haven't seen him yet, but they were able to recover some damages there and get at least made whole in somewhat. But it's disgusting what he did. Let's see. Tag says, I think the state is doing even better with their questions with this witness with the second time around. I can track things better than the first time, just saying. Yeah, and it helps to hear it, to have heard it once before, to understand the timeline, because this is so convoluted. There's so many different layers to this puzzle that hearing it a couple times makes more sense. So hopefully the jury's understanding it at the level that we are, now that we've heard it once before and are hearing it again, because we know they can't take notes. I wonder how the people in court can stand the smell of sulfur emanating from Alex. Let's see, Jennifer, this is the boating accident, I believe, right? 2/24/2019 is the date of the boating accident. So he stole. State must really have little proof of murder to need all this. You're right. The murder evidence is entirely circumstantial. What we've heard is they have nothing that basically pins him. We don't have video of him shooting. We don't have, him hiding the murder weapon. We don't have the evidence. We don't have him, paying someone to kill them. There's no evidence like that out there. All they can do is put together the circumstantial pieces, and that's enough. The law says you can convict someone on circumstantial evidence. The jury makes that decision, but they don't have what you would, we typically refer to as a smoking gun. The best thing we have is all these pieces that fit together that start to paint the picture. Why is it taking so long to see if PIs caught anything the night of the murders on video? Yims, that I don't know. I don't know where that is at. We realized we heard that from Amber yesterday. There's some crazy stuff out there, and I say allegedly because I don't know all the facts yet. But it sounds like there was a lot of stuff going on, investigations involving the family that predate the murders, that spanned the timeline of the murders, that might have information about this. And so that's just a possibility. They might not have caught anything. But we'll see. In my head, I think that if that existed, the state would have it by now. So it just might not have captured what they need in this case. And maybe they're just trying not to muddy the waters. This is already a pretty convoluted case. Where's his nervous head bobbing gone? Surely the jury must have noticed this. Deborah, I saw it just briefly while he was, the Jeannie Seckinger was saying that got news that Paul and Maggie had died. His head went down. He bobbed briefly. It was really short, but that was it. I think we'll see more as that's brought up more. Ola, good to have you here. Let's see. Lady Writer, thank you so much. One membership is more than enough. You just being here is all we ask. Gifted memberships are bonus. Just love that you're here. Thank you so much. It seems that the clients only had contact with Alex. People didn't know they were granted insurance money. Yeah, he kept it secret from them. That's who he was stealing from most of the time, and that's probably why he was able to steal as much as he did over all those years, because those would be amounts that maybe would have gone through Forge in this distributed, this settlement type thing, and so that wasn't money that the firm was expecting to receive in, although they did also lose some of those, I think to the tune of about $2.something million. Sorry. Richard says to Amber, Vixen here, I read some of your documents, watched the HBO doc, and binged for hours listening to Murdaugh Murders podcast. WTF, that's way worse than what we hear in court. Yeah, I'll have to watch. I have access to those to the HBO documentary. I think it's a three-part documentary. I'll have to watch that just to get the background. Something about Low Country, but let's see. I want to know what his lawyer friend overheard. Ashley, we're expecting that decision today, but we may not ever find out. And the reason is, if that conversation didn't contain anything really pertinent to the case, I don't see, well, the state has introduced a lot of things that aren't really directly pertinent to the murders in this trial, but I don't see why the state would bring it up if it wasn't beneficial. So they know there was a conversation that occurred. The judge has basically given them the go-ahead to find out what that conversation is, but if it's not something they can use, we might not hear it. If it is, obviously it will be coming in for sure. Are we on a break? Yes, we are, Michelle. Just a brief break. We're expecting to come back with basically a list of receipts of stolen checks, of checks that were routed to Alex Murdaugh through this fake forge company that should have gone to the firm. Rosie, let's see. This case really saddens me. How does this evil man wake up in the morning? You know, I'll tell you, it probably didn't start like this. It probably started a lot smaller, and it grew and grew and grew. And the fact that she mentioned, the one thing she did, Jeannie Seckinger said today that she hadn't said before, is that this level of sophistication of him doing this probably required him to have something like photographic memory. Or at least the ability to be so analytical about things as to really spell things out and understand how each chess move would impact everything else on the board and how it related to everything, keeping all these balls in the air, as she said, juggling things. That might go to explain some of the things in as far as maybe the cell phone moving, the car, the timing, the clothing, everything that skill might have enabled him to do. Allegedly the murders without getting caught, because he was able to juggle all these balls and pieces, and he knows as a criminal lawyer, as a prosecutor, exactly what he has to be mindful of in that setting. So it makes him a better criminal, I guess. Drug of choice he was addicted to, I believe it was opiates, which isn't the most expensive. I don't know how you can account for all the money he stole that way. I realize there are several properties involved, but some of them were through marriage and things. Cameras can be hacked. Never in a million years will an online system be on a property. Best security system is your Second Amendment. I think he should go to prison, but not for taking money from clients. His head doesn't bobble about hearing about that. Yims, just the financial charges alone, there are 99 charges he's currently facing that carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without parole. So he's stolen a lot of money, and just on those alone, he could very well, even if he doesn't get the maximum sentence, could never see daylight again, unless he's looking through barbed wire. So that's not even considering this case. Trying to catch up with the chat here. Any speculation, says Jimbo, any speculation as to what all this money was used for? I believe some of it was paying back. I think it seems impossible that he could go 10 years into this deep into this situation and not have people that knew some dirt on him that he had to sort of grease the wheels and pay off. We'll hopefully get into some of that evidence of who got lots of checks from Alex Murdaugh, where a lot of the money went, and that might be an indicator of that. But obviously, he says some went to drugs. He lived a lifestyle that was probably beyond his means, and so it was. And there was always robbing Peter to pay Paul type thing going on. So it'll be hard. I don't know if they'll ever be able to find where all the money went. Does anyone else here think he might not have done it? I do. The state definitely has not proven that he's done it, in my mind. They have not proven it guilty. I think they're doing a good job of painting a picture that proves a motive, but they haven't proven that he's done it. Almost receipt ASMR time. AMSR time. I think it's ASMR. Did I get that wrong? Now I don't know which one's right, Tag. You messed me up. Tish says, I watched your previous testimony. Anything different that I missed? Not a lot. Just we talked about his ability to recall information and keep all these balls in the air. So she says he may have a photographic memory or something near to that. And then we just get a little more detail in how the firm works and how the discussion went about the discovery than we had the first time around. Ola, I think he may not have pulled the trigger, but I can't believe he's totally absolved, says Ivan. He needs the Bible in front of him like DB. I don't think he's presented himself. I believe he is, I think officially, I think he counts himself as a Christian, but I don't know how active he is in religion at all. Let's see. He would have thought he would have had a ledger somewhere. Yeah, if it was all in his head, this is amazing. 10 years of this all in his head. He learned this. It's generational. Lady Writer says, judge a man not by the color of his skin, by the content of his character. Martin Luther King, this man's character has been shown to be evil. Every act he makes comes from that character. Lady Writer, there are several people who have expressed, and you'll hear this if you get into the podcasts and the background story, that basically, I think they said that everyone who had an interaction with the Murdaugh family, it ended up bad for them, type thing. It was very unlucky to have an interaction with the Murdaugh family. But obviously, there's some people who had great relationships with the Murdaugh family up until this last event. Just proving Alex stole money for his own self is a smoking gun of sorts. Stolen money equals murder, in my opinion, which leads to motive. I think the jury will be able to draw a connection to motive with all this evidence. Making sub sandwiches with Virginia ham, smoked Gouda, SMB pickles, the spicy maple bourbon is SMP for those who don't know, and Southwest spicy mustard. Oh boy, that sounds delicious, Charlie. I'm a big fan of the spicy maple bourbon pickles, and I'm not shy about it. I wonder how far back generationally. Well, his father's name was on the firm. Basically, I think this witness Seconder said that before in a previous testimony. Hasn't said that yet today, but. When you look at the PMPED name, the M was for Murdaugh, but it wasn't for Alex Murdaugh. It was for his father, who was in the firm. But that name is gone now. Bite Me says, I listened to a phone call, and in my opinion, Buster sounded a bit resentful for having to deal with the press, etc. Yeah, he got caught gambling, right after he was given access to a lot of the dad's money. Well, the dad's in jail, and the next day he was in Las Vegas. He didn't like that. They got pictures of him. I've tried opioids before, and believe me, they don't alter your mind or make you crazy. I wonder what pushed him over the top. I think it was greed. I think it was this life he presented. He presented to everybody else that he couldn't maintain, and that crumbling around and his pride and everything else. $10 million is a lot to spend on any drug. Very few people can consume that type of illicit substance and survive the event, even over 10 years. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. Let's see. Ivan says, the reason he would want to beat this case, besides the shame of killing your family, is accommodations in federal prison are much different than a max state pen for double murder. I can't lie, if I was a witness, I would be nervous that he would have people come after me like the lady watching him. The lady watching him, mom. Picky, here's a question, and maybe you're not going this far, but you look at all this evidence of all the pieces he's put into play, of how quickly he can set something up and put the balls in motion, and you look at how small the community is, and how quickly they sat a jury, and at what extent it seems that he would be willing to go to make sure there was a cover and protection for him. I'm looking at the jury, and I'm just like, I sure hope they have a jury that's not biased. I sure hope there's not a ringer in there. And I have no evidence there would be, but just looking at all these other things in his life, that concerns me, that we might have a hung jury, and that might have been decided before trial began. Does he still own any properties? I don't know exactly what the status is. I think the Moselle property is in the process of being sold. That was a court order sale for one of the settlements. I don't remember what. I'll bet a lot of money turned into cash and disappeared. I agree with you, R.A. robbing Peter to pay Paul. I don't think he did it. I think he's a thief, but not a killer. Says, wait for it. Texas Tough, he's guilty as charged. Sorry, I just missed a bunch of comments here. Still not back in the courtroom. I'm keeping my eye on it. We should hear him coming back just in a minute. Michelle Johnson has some emoji ideas. If you have any, do submit them. Let's see. Court recorder, straight jacket, ankle cuffs with shocker. I've got to be able to, basically I'm dealing with 48 by 48 pixels is how many YouTube gives me. So a really detailed item, like even the hat, the tinfoil hat we just released yesterday, is difficult to really get to look good. So it has to be sort of simple. I don't believe he was addicted to opioids. I think that was a ruse, says Banjo Jones, just to get his partner off his back. And we're going to hear, I think we hear from him next. This is the guy who, as Mrs. Seckinger was testifying here and saying, I think it was Chris Wilson called and said, yeah, I'm holding this money. It's available for you guys whenever you want. He wasn't actually holding all that money that, it had been given to Alex, and Alex had to give some back, and then he had to cover about $192,000 of it out of his own pocket to say that the money was available. We're going to hear a little bit about that $192,000 and how he was worried that Alex was going to end his own life and they would never get that $192,000 back, and how he had a handwritten, agreement written out and had Alex sign it. And him going to his mom's house and yelling at him on the front porch and everything. And that's when Alex confessed to these opioid use. Ola says, exactly. I'm still waiting for a moment. I think we're going to see it. Ola, I think there's going to be some points where it's more than just stolen money. The dots are starting to connect here. It's called Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response. So Tag, you're right. ASMR. See, you wrote it both ways there. You wrote the acronym is AMSR, and then you spelled it out as Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response. ASMR. I think. Obviously, they had a ledger if his bank balance was negative. You're going to hear a lot of bank balances, a ton of them. I can't remember what I ate for breakfast. His memory is good. It's really good. Was Maggie a Kennedy? That I haven't heard. If she was, that's just another level of intrigue in the story. To me, the state has proven that Alex is a thief, but they have not proven he's a murderer, says True Culture Mutt. Yeah, Mutt, I don't think they can prove he's a murderer. It's all going to be circumstantial. I think at the end of the trial, there's still going to be that question. Let's hear it for falafel, says Ola. What brand of spicy maple bourbon pickles? Dallas-born Boston bread. I actually buy them from Walmart. They're $3.84, and they are Sam's Choice. We're just getting a little bit of action here in the court right now. Just one second. Looks like we're coming back. See if the bailiff's going to yell at us or not.
Please be seated.
Dallas, if you have any connection with Walmart, I'd love for them to sponsor my show with spicy maple bourbon pickles delivered on the regular. That would be great.
If you bring the jury.
Was his dad Solicitor General? I know he was a solicitor. I don't know what position he held. Per the Murdaugh Murder podcast, a neighbor to Murdaugh Moselle property had security cameras, but it was off the night of the murder. Neighbor said he was relieved he didn't have to share camera info. Okay, so that's disappointing, but at the same time, the neighbor did not want to be involved. Who was his dealer? I don't know. Was it maybe also the hitman? Was it Cousin Eddie or Uncle Eddie? I don't know. We'll have to figure out who the dealer was. Banjo says he was not addicted to drugs. I don't see other things in his life that show addiction. A lot of times addiction, especially if the level, if the finances are any indicator, if at that level it would affect other areas of his life that didn't seem to be falling apart.
Present, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, it's
Your Honor,
time
please
for
report.
receipts.
Sir.
Ms. Seckinger, before the break, just to reset the table, you had did you go into Alex's office on June 7th, 2021 for proof that he had not taken the Chris Wilson fees?
Yes,
And then that conversation got delayed, correct?
yes, got disrupted and delayed.
The murders happened.
Correct.
Did you receive an email in July leading you to believe that the Chris Wilson fees were in the account all along?
We did.
And then we moved to September when Annette Griswold, Alec's paralegal, did she bring you a check showing that in fact those checks had been written to Alec back in March of 2021?
That's correct.
And at the same time, you were going through the system and looking at payments to Forge, correct?
Correct.
And the real Forge is headed by who? Who's the main guy there?
Michael Gunn.
All right. And then ultimately, though, you determined these were going to what you called what?
Fake Forge.
Fake Forge, which was accounts set up to look like Forge, but in the name of who?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
The defendant?
Yes.
And then once you uncovered that, that started to pull the thread into a series of things you're about to testify going back the preceding years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so that's kind of where we left off?
That's right.
All right. We're going to go back and look at States 314, and we're just going to do these in order and move expeditiously as we can.
I'll take a look at this, Michelle. Thanks for that. He was a misman. Sorry, not today. I'll correct my my name for him because I know he was a misman, not a hitman. There's no alcohol in them. That's all gone in the brine process.
States 317. So you're to this trial, and see if you recognize that.
I do. This is the disbursement statement for Adriana Hay.
All right, Your Honor. At this time, the state would offer States 317 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
All right. So admitted. All right, and tell the jury what this is very quickly.
So in this one, there's a recovery of $247,500. There's attorney fees of $22,000, expenses of $426.54, and then the settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting for the client's amount of $225,073.46.
Right, and that's the disbursement sheet that was signed by who? Do you recognize the signature on there?
Alex.
All right, and let me put it up on the screen if you could. Was this record, was this found in the files of the law firm?
Yes.
And whose signature is that right there?
Alex.
What's the date on this?
12/20/2018.
And what's the first name of the client here, please?
Adriana.
All right. And we look at this this particular disbursement. It's got the recovery amount. That's how much money came in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then we have an attorney's fee.
Yes, and that looks like that's a reduced fee.
All right. It's a reduced fee in as much as not. Why did you say it's a reduced fee?
It's not a third or either 40% of the $247,500.
All right. And then we've got expenses. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then finally we have this line right here. What does that say again?
Settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting, $225,000, $73.46.
Did that go to the real Forge Consulting?
That went to the fake Forge Consulting.
And who controls the fake Forge account?
Alex Murdaugh.
Exhibits after they're in evidence.
All right. Is it in evidence or not? This particular exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
No.
So quit writing on the evidence. He's highlighting the evidence, I think.
All right, and looking at the second page of this exhibit, what is this?
This is the check made payable to Forge for the $225,073.46.
And that went to the fake Forge?
Yes.
All right. Did the law firm ultimately have to pay that money back?
We did.
And why did you have to pay it back?
Because Alex stole it.
That's going to repeat here for quite a bit.
Again, looking at these disbursement sheets, these are prepared by the attorneys and their staff, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then they're delivered to the finance staff?
Correct.
And then the finance staff uses that to do what?
To cut the checks and give them back to the attorney to disperse to the clients.
So this first sheet was delivered to your staff, is that correct?
Correct.
And then they did what?
They wrote the checks as per the disbursement.
The
Why did they
reduced
do what
fee is
Alex
important.
Murdaugh requested them to do?
They trusted him, and he was their boss, and that's what they thought they should do.
Reduced fee means the amount that goes to the firm is lowered. So Alex
All right,
reduces
going to
the
the
fee
next one.
and ends up just dispersing it back to himself.
States 318. I'll show you what's been marked as States 318. See if you recognize this document.
Yes, this is a disbursement statement for Barrett Boulware.
All right. Your Honor, at this time I would offer States 318 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
So admit it.
All right. I'm going to put it up on the screen. If you have problems seeing, just let me know and I'll bring it back to you, okay? All right. Again, this is the disbursement statement for this particular case.
That's correct.
And who's the first name of the client, please?
Barrett.
All right. And looking here on this particular one, we have, again, a recovery, and then we have some expenses, and then ultimately we have this right here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who is that disbursement? What did it say on the disbursement sheet?
Forge, but that's the fake Forge.
All right. And do you see a signature on there?
I do. It's Alex Murdaugh's.
All right. And going to the next page, you recognize that?
This is the check payable for $279,850 and I believe 85 cents or 65 cents.
All right. And do you recognize that signature right there?
That's Alex Murdaugh's.
And do you recognize this writing right there?
That is his handwriting.
All right. And did this money go into real Forge or did it go to the fake Forge?
It went in his fake Forge account.
All right. And did ultimately the law firm have to refund this money?
Again, we refunded the money. Each partner put up money and refunded the money to the client.
And why did the law firm have to refund it?
Because he stole it.
Who stole it?
Alex Murdaugh stole it.
All right. And we go to the third page of this exhibit. Do you recognize this particular check right here?
I do.
All right. And what is that?
So this is an insurance proceed payment from, I believe, Southern Fidelity Insurance in the amount of $75,193. That check never even came through our books. He stole it, endorsed it, and put it in his Bank of America account. And we found a copy of it on his desk later as we were investigating.
All right. Did the law firm ultimately have to replace that money?
We replaced that money as well.
This guy needs to invest in a paper shredder. He kept all the evidence that's being used against him on his desk.
Stand by for me real quick. Show you what's
He's going to get his 10,000 steps in today.
Evidence is States 429.
Walking back and forth between the witness, the defense table, and the Elmo.
All right, and on that particular one, let me, first of all, I'm going to put it up on the screen, and again, if you can see it, if I need to bring it back to me, to you, let me know, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go over to the third page of this exhibit. And this is a disbursement sheet in this matter, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and we look on this third line, and what does it say right there?
The PMPD attorney fee Forge.
All right, and what's the amount?
$83,333.33, and that's the one we discussed earlier.
That's the one that first came to your
That's
attention?
a lot of threes for a check. I'm guessing that was a third of something.
Ultimately, go over to this next check. Do you recognize that?
It's the corresponding check for the payment to Forge for $83,333.33.
Do you recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's.
All right, and you recognize that writing right there on the endorsement?
Alex Murdaugh's.
All right, and this is a check that you thought had gone to a legitimate structure?
Correct.
Where did it actually go?
It went to his fake Forge account, the one in his personal name.
Those were attorney fees that should have gone to the firm, instead went to Forge.
I'm going to show you the second page of this exhibit. Do you recognize this check?
I do.
All right, and tell me what this check is.
This is another check payable to Forge for $91,867.50 for the settlement proceeds due to the estate of Jacob Hirschberger.
All right. And just going back real quick, the first amount of $83,000 and change, those were actually represented what?
Those were our fees that would be payable to the law firm.
Okay. And then this money right here, though, that represented what?
Client money,
All right,
client settlement money.
And did it go, where did it go?
It went to the fake Forge account in Alex's name.
All right. And did the law firm ultimately have to repay that money?
We repaid that as well.
So we got two transactions in this particular one. We got the $83,300 and then we have the $91,000. Is that
Yes,
correct?
and I had to correct myself on that one. We're still in the process of paying that one.
All right. And what's the date on that particular one?
December 15th, 2020.
And then the date on?
May 12th, 2021.
All right. And that's roughly around the time that that came to your attention as you previously testified?
Yes.
Still in the process of paying. His former partners are still taking a hit every month, every year, paying out money to people he stole money from to make them right, to make them whole.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 319. Have you take a look at it?
This is the disbursement sheet for Blondale Gary.
All right. I'm going to go put it on the screen again. If you need me to bring it to you, let me know. And at this time, Your Honor, I'd offer 319 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Admit it.
All right, looking at this, we have, what's the first name of the client here?
Angel.
All right. And looking down, we have a recovery amount, and then what's this third line right there?
Forge structure in the amount of $112,500.
All right. And going to the next page, what do we see?
This is the check payable to Forge in the amount of $112,500.
All right. And did that go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
It went to the fake Forge in Alex Murdaugh's name.
All right. And whose signature is that?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Going back to the original page, whose signature is that?
Again, Alex Murdaugh's.
What's the
Forge is an outside company, so she's not reconciling their bank accounts.
Looks like 4919.
This was the process. Money goes to Forge and goes out to disperse to the clients. But in
y'all
this
have
case,
to repay that money?
the money
We
went out
also
to
repaid that
Forge.
money.
And
why did you have to repay that money?
Because it
Then it
was
went
due
to
to
Alex
the client,
Murdaugh.
and Alex Murdaugh stole it.
during the initial the hearing, the 404B hearing, the defense, if I remember correctly, basically just accepted all these receipts. Said we won't object to any of these, But here they're going through one at a time. I wonder if they're going to
States 320.
do the same
Recognize
here.
this document.
This is the disbursement sheet on Christopher Anderson.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 320 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Agnes, a lot of these clients didn't know they had won.
All right.
Didn't know there was
Again,
any
we
money
have the
for them.
disbursement sheet. Is that correct?
We do.
All right. And then we have a recovery. Is that correct?
Yes, of $750,000.
And then how much on this disbursement sheet was written to Forge?
$750,000.
Every bit of it.
Yes.
And whose signature is that?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Second page.
A check payable to Forge for $750,000.
What's the date on it?
February 20th, 2020.
Did this go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
It went to his fake Forge personal account.
In this particular case, were there multiple recoveries?
There were multiple recoveries in this one.
All right. So did some of the money actually go to the client back when all of this happened?
Some of the money did go to the client, and when meeting with the client to go over this, he told me that he was unaware of the second settlement.
All right. And how much of the second settlement?
I think an audit should have found something of this.
Take
the 100% of it, the entire $750,000.
What's the date on that?
February 20, 2020.
Do you recognize that signature right there?
That's Alex.
So Heather, you think this is just the 2.9 or the 3 million? It's just the breakdown? TW, it's a similar process. The names are different, though, when it involves Congress.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 321, see if you recognize this document.
This is a disbursement statement, to Dion Martin.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer States 321 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
They didn't even look at it that time. They're trying to speed up this process.
All right. Looking at this particular one, what's the first name of the client here?
Dion.
All right. And a couple things. First thing I want to ask about is we have right here, what's that third line right there? What does that say?
It says structured for annuity directly to Michael Gunn in the amount of...
Remind the jury who Michael Gunn is?
He is the owner of the Real Forge Consulting that would do structured annuities.
Was there any actual structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn?
We were able to verify later that there was no structured annuity to Michael Gunn.
All right. And what was the effect of having that line in this disbursement sheet when it was prepared by the defendant and his staff?
You can see a line where the payment says settlement proceeds structured annuity 500 out. So basically what he did here was create a fake fee or a fake recovery that he took a 40% fee on, $200,000. That $200,000 should have been the client's money, but he faked a fee. It's just phantom money.
So by putting this line in here right here with that fake annuity, then 40% of that would be?
It was counted in as fees under his column in our system.
All right. And so just by that paperwork, poof, you have?
Poof, phantom money.
Phantom money.
Out of the client's pocket.
Did y'all ultimately have to account for that?
We did.
With the client?
We did.
All right, down here at the bottom, you recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's.
You see the date?
8/20/2015.
All right, and then moving on to the next page. And you previously testified that there could be multiple disbursements in a case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is this one such case?
Yes.
All right. Right here, I'm looking at the second disbursement, and down at the bottom, can you tell me the date on this?
October 6, 2015.
All right, and down at the bottom, right here, what does that say?
Disbursement to Forge, $338,056.14.
Did that go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
Went to the fake Forge.
The real Forge never knew about these payments.
That's the check payable to the fake Forge in the amount of $338,056.14, signed by Alex Murdaugh.
The real Forge did get some business
ultimately have to
through the
pay
other
that
partners.
back to the client?
We did. We paid that and the $200,000 back.
And why'd you have to do that?
Because Alec had stolen it.
Go on to the next page. We have another disbursement in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and what does this line say right there?
Structure to forge, marked through $45,000.
Where did that $45,000 go?
It went to the fake forge account in Alex Murdaugh's name.
All right.
This
Going
is motive,
forward,
Marcy.
We see this check. You
The
recognize
judge has
that?
ruled this
That's
is allowed
the check payable to forge in the amount of $45,000.
All right, you recognize that signature?
It's Alex Murdaugh's.
You recognize that writing right there?
Alex Murdaugh's.
And where did that money go?
To the fake forge account in his Bank of America, Richard Alexander Murdaugh name.
So we had three things here. We had the phantom fee, correct?
Correct.
We had the $338,000 and change.
Correct.
We had the $45,000.
Correct.
And did your law firm have to pay all that back?
We paid every cent of it back. The
And why'd you-
attorneys put it in because Alex stole it.
No bonus that year. Man. Charlie, it goes to his financial situation. You could see what he's doing to get money and to the extent he'll go to break the law to get money.
15.
And
See if you recognize this.
it was all collapsing. He was running out. He had no money left in the bank, basically, and all
This
his
is
sources
another
were gone.
disbursement for a
Everyone was
lease
chasing the
salary.
money at the
Your
same
Honor,
time.
this time it offer states 315 in evidence.
No additional objection.
And I think we're going to hear that that his wife was planning on leaving him. Had consulted a divorce lawyer.
All right, who's the
She had a lot of
client's,
assets in
name
her
on this
name,
one? Just
and
first name, please.
if she was out of the
Elise.
picture, he would get all her
in this
assets.
particular, what's the total
I think
recovery
that's the
amount?
motive.
$183,528.
And is there an attorney fee?
There is an attorney fee of $30,000, but again, that's reduced, and I'm able to tell that because it's not a third or either 40%.
But that $30,000 ultimately was cut to the firm?
It ultimately was cut to the PMPD.
And who was it credited to, on whose books?
Alex Murdaugh's.
All right, and then what's there's some fees for about 600 and change, correct?
Yes, expenses.
Excuse me, expenses. And so what's the remainder?
The remainder is $152,866 that was payable to the forge, and that's the fake forge count.
All right, and whose signature is that right there?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Do you recognize the second page?
That is the check that was payable to forge.
Can you see the date on that?
I can't really see that.
I'm going to hand you back.
Alex's expression
State
hasn't
314,
changed
which
much
is
at
the
all during
spreadsheet you
this.
prepared. Is that correct?
Yes.
Looking down at the bottom, can you remind the jury what
I
the
can
date
put 'em
is
up
of
on
that
screen,
particular check?
This is
It
pretty
was
much how he
November
looks the whole
30th,
time.
2020.
November 30th, 2020. Okay. Did any of the recovery in this case actually go to the client?
And that one, none of it went to the client.
It either went to Alex fees or it went to where?
To his fake forge account that was doing business as Forge, the fake account with Bank of America.
Was there ever any conversation with Alec about this case as it related to those fees?
There was. Later in the summer of 2021, his secretary called over to accounting and said that he wanted to disperse some money to Elise Mallory. And at that point, we informed her that the money had already been dispersed. So then Alex said that he wanted to give a portion of his fee back to the client because she was just a sweet lady that he felt she needed some funds given back to her. He'd like to do her a favor.
Of the $30,000 in fees?
Yes.
Was that after all of that $152,000, the bulk of that recovery for that case had been instead dispersed to the fake forge account?
Yes.
Do y'all have to account for that and pay the client back?
We did.
And why was that?
Because he stole the money.
Going to 322.
All those sirens are going by my house, not the courtroom. Sorry about that. WV, we're going to hear about Tim trying to hire a hitman
States
to
322.
kill himself. as well.
See if you recognize this.
And possibly about the Stephen Smith
Yes, it's another
death
disbursement
near
that
the
has
property.
actually several parts, but it's Jamie and Risher.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 322 into evidence.
No additional objection.
Submit it.
All right, what's the first name on the?
Jamian.
All right. And looking at this particular disbursement sheet, what is this amount right there?
$90,000.
And what's it made payable to on the disbursement sheet?
Forge.
We see a signature right there. It looks a little different. Do you recognize that signature at all?
I still believe it's Alex.
Okay. And going to the next page, what is that?
This is the check payable to Forge in the amount of $90,000.
And what's the date on it?
It cleared on 9/1/16. It was written sometime in August of 2016.
Where did that check go?
It went to the fake Forge account with Bank of America that is in his personal name.
The firm is still there. They basically made everybody whole, or in the process of making everybody whole.
Going to this
they're a
page
big
of the
firm.
exhibit, do you recognize
With
that?
a lot of money.
Yes, I do.
And tell me
This
what
did
this
not
is
bankrupt
very
them.
quickly.
These were some of those client case expenses that we would collect normally. And what you're seeing here is some costs for employee travel on the first line, but then costs paid to Austin Aviation for some airline services, and then some meals and travel within New York.
We have Austin Aviation. Is that like a private plane?
That is a private plane.
And limousine service?
That's a private limousine. Yeah.
All right. Did y'all ultimately refund this money to the client?
We did.
Why was that?
We discovered that those were after the close of the case, and there was no way that they could have been done.
They had been billed to the client?
They had been billed to the client, deducted from the client's disbursement, so we reimbursed those as well when we were giving our clients the money back.
There will be a financial trial separately, regardless of whether or not he's found guilty of this.
Show you what's been marked as States 323 to your testimony, see if you recognize that.
This is a disbursement for Johnny Bush.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 323 in the evidence.
No additional objection, man.
Did it?
All right, very quickly.
Johnny.
First name, Johnny, all right. Down here, we've got, what does that line say?
Forge, $95,000.
Where did that money go?
To the fake Forge account that Alec held.
All right. Is that the check?
It's a corresponding check for the $90,000 with Alec's signature.
The story is they fought over the gun and it went off, that the hitman didn't want to shoot him, and that Alex tried to basically do it himself type thing, and they fought over it and nicked him.
And did y'all have to pay that money back?
We did,
And why'd you have to pay that money back?
because Alex stole it as well.
Yeah, it feels like we're far from the murder trial right now. It really does. Molly, you put that really well.
24, see if you recognize that.
Yes, this is a disbursement to Jordan Jenks.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 324 in that one.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
All right.
Yeah, he's got some pending trials coming up. I think
Right
it might
here,
all be in one trial. I'm not
looking
sure.
at this particular one, who's the first name of the client?
Jordan,
Right here on this disbursement, what do we have right there?
a payment to Forge in the amount of $85,000.
Okay. And whose signature down at the bottom?
Alex Murdaugh's,
What's the date?
August 1st, 2018.
Looking at the second page, what is this right here?
The check to payable to Forge for the $80,000.
All right, and where did that money go?
To the fake forged account.
You recognize that signature?
That's Alex's signature as well.
All right, looking over the next page, what is this?
This is a second disbursement with another check payable to Forge in the amount of $65,000.
All right, you recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's.
All right, and what's the next page?
A check payable to Ford in the amount of $65,000 with Alex Murdaugh's signature.
All right, and what date did that clear?
October 4th, 2018.
All right. This $85,000, where did that go?
To the fake Forge.
The $65,000, where did that go?
To the fake Forge account.
Did your law firm have to account for that money?
We accounted for it and reimbursed the client due to the fact that Alec had stolen it.
Marie, there's a possibility of fraud, obviously, with the hitman for hire situation. That was insurance fraud going on. There's allegations, or at least suspicion, that his housekeeper, when she fell down the stairs in the house, might have had some help falling. I'm not sure if we're going to get into that at all. That's not what he's on trial for right now. But they've also, I think they dug up Stephen Smith as well.
Your testimony, see if you recognize this.
I'm not sure who all they exhumed. There were several deaths involving the Murdaugh family.
This is another disbursement for Manuel Cristiani.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 325.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
That's admitted.
I think the civil suit was dropped against Paul, right?
All right, first name?
Manuel.
What does this say right here?
Forge, $70,000.
Going over to the next page, you recognize that?
That's the check payable to Forge for $70,000, signed by Alex Murdaugh.
What's the date did it clear, your trust account?
August 16th, 2016.
Where did this money go?
Went to his fake Forge account.
Did you have to account for this money?
We did.
All right, and why'd you have to account for it?
This money was stolen. This money still has not been paid back. It's under a court order to be paid into the court because there's some dispute about who it belongs to.
But ultimately,
we funded it and it's paid into the court, so it came out of our pockets again.
She says our pockets. Basically, everybody at that firm is taking a big hit or digging into their savings to pay this back. I do want to see a chart at the end of this. I want to see totals. I want to see big numbers in red with a dollar sign and underlined, so the jury can see the totals.
326 to your testimony. See if you recognize this.
This is another disbursement for Mary Duncan.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer States 326.
No additional objection.
Admitted.
All right. First name of the client?
Mary.
Looking down here, what is that line right there?
Settlement proceeds to Forge in the amount of $19,500.
All right. See the date?
October 3rd, 2018.
Do you recognize that at all?
Alex Murdaugh's.
That's the signature, you mean?
Yes.
All right. What's this right here on the second page?
This is the check payable to Forge for $19,500, referencing Mary Duncan settlement proceeds.
And what day did that clear?
October 22nd, 2018.
And how much?
$19,500.
All right. Where did this money go?
To its fake Forge account.
Did your law firm have to account for that?
We did, and we reimbursed the client for that.
Why'd you have to do that?
Because Alex stole it.
Okay, what's been marked as States 327. See if you recognize this.
This is a disbursement sheet for Randy Drawdy.
Your Honor, this time I offer States 327 in evidence.
What did I
No
miss?
additional objection.
Let's admit it.
I think I missed because he stole it, right?
All right, disbursement sheet, what line do we have right here?
Forge, $9,569.30.
Do you recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Looking at the next page,
It's the check payable to Forge for the $9,569.30.
and what's the date on it?
It is dated October 3rd, 2017.
You recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's signature.
All right. Did your law firm ultimately have to account for those funds?
We did, and we reimbursed the client that money as well because it was stolen funds again.
And where did these funds actually go to?
They went to the bank Forge account that was under his control.
I have to check. This might be a joke, but that is hilarious.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 328 and see if you recognize this.
This is a disbursement for Thomas Moore.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 328 in evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Let's admit it.
All right, right here on the disbursement, what's the name? First name?
You guys are
Thomas.
funny.
All right. And what does the disbursement say?
Forge, $125,000.
All right. Down here, do you recognize that signature?
It's Alex Murdaugh's on the left.
Whose handwriting does that look like to you?
It looks like Alex Murdaugh's as well. Tommy Moore confirmed with us that he did not sign that disbursement.
Going to the second page, what is this?
I've got to read
This
you
is
this
the
tweet.
check payable to Forge in the amount of $125,000.
Did that go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
Fake Forge.
All right.
Every time
And,
Jeannie
whose writing
Seconder
is that
says
right there on the
Alex stole it,
That's
an angel
Alex
gets its
Murdaugh's.
wings.
Whose signature on the check?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Did y'all have to account for that money with the client?
We did. We reimbursed him as well
And why'd you have to account for that?
because it had been stolen by Alex.
The ones that you've been describing, this was after you started to pull the thread and all of that started to unravel, is that correct?
That's right.
Was the, quote, fake forge, as you call it, was that the only thing that you detected as you started to review the activities of Alex Murdaugh while he was a partner in the law firm?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 329 to your testimony, and just quickly tell me if you recognize that and what it is.
I do recognize this. This is a list of payments that were stolen by being paid to Palmetto State Bank.
All right. Hold on for me real quick.
Thanks for doing the math on that, Heather. That adds up to about 2.79 million. Just on that list. There's other money, I think, that's we know one settlement was 3.9 million by itself. Yeah, this can't be our drinking word of the day. We'd all be poisoned.
All right, going back to States 329. Again, did you prepare the spreadsheet?
I did.
And is this based on your role as the CFO and going back and reviewing various records and trying to figure all of this out?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer States 329 into evidence.
No additional objections, Your Honor, and subject to the court's
I believe we're going to hear that
prior limitations on its use.
the wife's estate was changed so he would be the
All right,
recipient
putting this
of
up
it
on the
instead of his
screen.
sister. And that's millions.
Can you see that all right, or I need to bring it to you?
Yes, and I can see it.
All right. I see up at the top there's some writing on it. Can you tell the jury what that is real quick?
That was a mistake when I made up the worksheet that we discovered when I got here. Those checks were written in the period of 2012 instead of the 7/5 that I had down. So
I'm
we
gonna need some
scratched
more
through 9
pickles.
initials, my correction.
So that says 2012 and then your initials, is that right?
Yes.
And then over here, what is this right here?
That's the client's name that the money was stolen from.
All right, and then what's that?
The civil action court number.
All right, and then the category?
The method that he used to get away with this, and in this payment was Palmetto State Bank checks.
And then this line right
Here's-
there?
The
Here's what I'll
date
say
that
on that
we
one. That's
put
what-
money
I
back
don't think it
into
would
our
go through
trust
the boat
account to
case.
be able to refund the clients.
And then finally, the amount.
$2,079,826.54.
Does this include what was in, we've already gone through in stage 314, the other spreadsheet, or is this different money?
It's additional money.
Okay, so S. Webb, think of what we heard from Tingley, the attorney, and how he testified
Stage
that
314,
Alex getting sympathy would make a jury not.
what was the amount, the total amount?
$2,841,512.55.
And then the new one we're about to talk about?
$2,079,826.54.
Now, you mentioned Palmetto State Bank. This is not the fake forge, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Tell me just generally what you uncovered and how funds were allegedly misappropriated through this method by the defendant.
Palmetto State Bank was the PR on some of these funds, and there was lines on these disbursements to be paid to Palmetto State Bank. On the surface, they looked okay. When I called and asked the bank to give me information backing up the checks, what had happened to them once they were written to the bank, we discovered that the money had been used for paying things on Alex's behalf, like loan payments, equipment purchases, paying back loans to people he had borrowed money from, and everything was for his use.
And then looking at that, was there an official at the bank who was assisting Alex Murdaugh with these transactions?
Russell Lafitte was the one helping him convert those funds.
Russell Lafitte.
And is Russell Lafitte any relation to you?
Yes,
Russell
he
Lafitte
is.
is my brother-in-law. He's married to my sister's husband.
So she's related to somebody who was helping him. Tag, that's pretty much it.
Sure, what's been marked as stage 330, home stretch. Stage 330 to this trial. See if you recognize that document.
This is the Badger disbursement.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer stage 330 in evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Okay, we're just about done with this stack of receipts, I think. Is that what she said?
All right. How much were the attorney's fees on this particular case?
$1,240,000.
That's how much the attorney's fees were.
That's the attorney fees.
All right. And then if we scroll down this disbursement, we have, what's this number right here?
$1,325,000.
And that pursuant to this disbursement was supposed to be made out to who?
Palmetto State Bank.
All right. And that's completely separate
I think she
from
misspoke.
these attorney's fees in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's addition.
Did those attorney's fees actually get paid into the firm account?
Those did, yes.
And those were legitimate, correct?
Those were legitimate.
And they were credited to who?
Alex Murdaugh.
And that's completely separate from this additional $1,325,000 below that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what happened to that $1,325,000?
That $1,325,000 ended up being converted into payments on his behalf through the bank.
All right. Can you tell me the date on that?
November 19th, 2012.
Now, this particular amount right here, well, let me go. I'm going to show you the page 3 of this exhibit. And is this an email that you found in the records of your law firm?
We did.
All right. And who is this email from and who's it to?
The email is from Russell Lafitte to Alex Murdaugh.
All right. And what does it say right there?
It says, Alex, can you get Jeannie to recut check 43162 dated 11/19/12 as follows? And then it lists 4 different amounts. And it says, thanks, Russell.
All right. And then below that, the next page, is this another email that was found in the records of your law firm?
It is.
And what's the date on this email?
February 6, 2013.
All right. And please, who's the email from?
So this email is from Alex Murdaugh to Russell Lafitte.
All right. And tell the jury what it says.
It gives an amount of $388,687.57, whatever the amount I owe on the Hannah loan, $75K, and whatever the balance would be on the $1,325,000 after these deductions.
And again, remind the jury what the amount that was written to PSB.
$1,325,000.
Is that
in that email, the last line, Alec asked Russell to email me and request that.
All right. Did that actually happen?
Yes.
And so had your staff already cut this check based on the disbursement for $1,325,000?
Yes.
And based on this email chain, did you ultimately recut checks made out to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And the amounts requested?
And the amounts requested.
And those funds, what happened to them?
They were used to pay personal loan payments on Alex's behalf. So again, the funds that he stole and paid obligations that he owed.
Did you have to account to the client for this amount right here?
We did.
And you had to do that because they were misappropriated by the defendant?
That's right.
All right, looking through these checks, are these the checks that were recut by your staff after the request by Alec?
Yes.
To Russell, and from Russell to you?
Correct. And incidentally, in this one, we also reimbursed the client the PR fee because the PR had not done their job. So we made sure that we would reimburse the client for that as well.
Who was the PR?
Russell Lafitte.
And I'm just slowly moving through this exhibit. Are these the various checks and how they ultimately were converted?
That's the information that I got back from Palmetto State Bank showing how they were converted.
I'm looking at this check right here, which is the 5th page of the exhibit. Can you see the date on that?
February 8th, 2013.
It's a lot of money, Heather.
Going to this check right here. What's the date on that?
September 13th, 2013.
Alex got his, or sorry, not Alex, but Creighton got his 10,000 steps in this morning, just walking back and forth. I think he's broken out of sweat. They'll have some questions on this one, but it's it'll be interesting. We've seen the preface to this. I think they will definitely ask her some questions, though. He sued his insurance in the case of his housekeeper.
States 331, see if you recognize this.
This is the correcting disbursement for Arthur Badger that we reconstructed.
And that goes with the prior exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 331.
No additional objection.
Submit it.
And this just again reflects what you were just talking about and the repayments of those monies, is that correct?
That's correct, where previously it had the $35,000. And so our total repayment to the client was $1,360,000, which is the 35 and the 1.325.
And the 35 was the
PR fee, yes.
I'll show you States 332. 334. We'll show you 334 first and see if you recognize this document.
This is a disbursement to Natasha Thomas.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 334 in evidence.
No additional objection.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. And while I'm here, States 332.
This is the correcting disbursement that we drafted to return the money to Natasha Thomas.
Your Honor, I'd offer States 332 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
I think Elmo has an exclusive contract with this court. Everything has to go through the Elmo to get admitted. And Elmo checks are made payable to Alex Murdaugh at Forge.
Looking at this particular disbursement, again, what's the first name of the client?
Natasha.
All right. And we have various recovery amounts here, is that correct?
That's correct.
We have the actual legal fees received in this case, correct?
Yes.
And who were those actually credited to?
Well, 800 of that is to Alex Murdaugh, and then the other portion of the fee was the $15,000 fee payable to Russell Lafee as conservator for this case.
Okay. And those fees were actually credited to who?
To Alex Murdaugh.
And on top of that, though, go down to the bottom and we have this last line. What's that right there?
Natasha Thomas, Palmetto State Bank, $325,000.
That $325,000, where did it go?
It went to Palmetto State Bank and was converted into funds for personal use again, paying loans, buying equipment, etc.
Personal expense for who?
For Alex Murdaugh.
Did y'all ultimately have to account to the client for that money?
We did.
And why did you have to do that?
Alex stole that money.
You recognize that signature right there?
Yes, that's Russell Lafee's.
What is that check right there? Do you recognize that?
This is the check that we wrote to Palmetto State Bank.
And what's the date on that?
12/20/2011.
And hold on real quick, I'm going to go back just to make sure on States 330. This was Arthur. That's the case you just talked about a little bit ago?
That's correct.
The one with the $1.325 million?
That's correct.
And on this disbursement sheet, what was the date?
November 19th, 2012.
All right. Back to Natasha. Now, you mentioned it was often common for monies to be held back for liens. Is that right?
That's right.
And ultimately, the idea is to settle those liens, like with a hospital or something like that, or Medicaid, and then ultimately pay the client any excess that you were able to settle underneath. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. In this case, were certain monies held back for liens?
There was money held back, yes.
Okay. And ultimately, was there an amount that was paid on those liens? And in particular, I'm showing you this line right here that says ACA recoveries.
Yes, there
Alex
was.
needs a box for it to hide behind, because that little legal pad is not going to hide anything. Maria's regular salary was $125,000 a year, paid out every 2 weeks, over, proportionally over 2 weeks, every 2 weeks. And most of his money came in an end-of-year bonus.
That particular line, how much was that amount?
$110,965.27.
And was ultimately Medicaid paid back some amount of money?
Yes.
Was it less than their actual bill?
Yes.
And so that meant that there was some money left over that should have gone to the client. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did that money actually go to the client?
No, it did not.
All right, I'm going to flip towards the end of this exhibit. And show you this check. It's actually the last page of the exhibit. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the
Last
that's
page.
the remaining funds that should have been paid to Natasha after solving that lien, settling that lien. and it was in the amount of $25,245.08.
And can you see the
Jury is
date on
here.
that, or see when it cleared?
Looks like it was dated maybe 6/13/2012, or either 8, pardon my eyes. And it cleared the bank on 8/29/2012.
All right, you recognize the signature on that check?
Alex Murdaugh's.
All right, and where did those funds go?
Those went, again, were converted at Palmetto State Bank into things that benefited him personally, such as loan payoffs, money to them.
Okay. Did you ultimately have to account to the client for that money?
We did.
And why'd you have to do that?
Because Alex Murdaugh stole it.
And looking through these documents that are attached here, what are these documents as I slowly flip through them?
That's where the money went. So there was payments made to Mr. Charlie Lafitte. There were boat payments paid. There was payments back to a loan from a conservatorship.
Is that a different case that the firm had?
That is.
And who was the conservator on that case?
Russell Lafitte.
And what's the name of that particular client?
Plyler.
And there were loans made from that?
Yes.
Loans to who?
There were loans made from that to Russell Lafitte and Alex Murdaugh.
So money from this was used to pay back some of that money?
Yes, sir.
Whose signature is that on this particular check, number 219721?
That's Russell Lafitte's.
And who is that cashier's check made out to?
Randolph Murdaugh III.
Who is that cashier's check made out to?
This is made out to R. Lafitte as conservator for Malik Williams.
Who's Malik Williams? Do you
Malik
know?
Williams was another client that Russell was a conservator for, that Russell loaned money to Alec out of that conservatorship, and this is a payment back on that conservatorship loan.
When you say conservatorship, Russell was put in charge of dealing with clients'
in
money on
hand-
their behalf?
Yes.
And he was loaning money to himself and to Alec?
He did out of Plyler. I'm not sure about Malik Williams, but he loaned Alec money out of Malik Williams.
And then money from some of these misappropriations you've identified was used to pay those loans back from the conservatorship?
Correct.
Buster's got his head down. He's playing Candy Crush, probably with Dick Harpootlian, back and forth.
Show you states 333. You recognize this?
This is a disbursement for Russell Lafitte as conservator for Hakeem Pickney.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 333 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
All right, a little bit ago we were looking at a case of Natasha Thomas. Is this case related to that one?
Yes.
Are they?
They're both in the same accident.
All right. And I'm going to show you the disbursement sheet on this particular one. And again, we have a recovery here. Is that correct?
Yes.
And right here we have legal fees. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how much were the legal fees for this particular one?
For this one, there was $4,098,000 that would have been credited to Alec that were payable to PMPD. And we also paid Russell Lafitte a $60,000 conservator fee.
So out of this particular one, there were legit fees earned by, of how much again?
Almost $4.1 million, $4,098,000.
And credited to who?
Alex Murdaugh.
All right. On top of that, though, we scroll down, and we have this entry right here. What does that say?
Palmetto State Bank, $309,581.46.
All right. Where did that money go?
Again, that went payable to Palmetto State Bank, and it was used with the other money from Natasha Thomas to pay off loans and for conservatorships and loans that he had made personally, so for Alex's personal benefit.
All right. And right there, do you recognize those signatures?
Yes, I do.
Whose signature is that?
Russell Lafitte.
Whose signature is that?
Alex Murdaugh.
Right here, what is this, the third page of the exhibit?
This is the check payable to Palmetto State Bank for $309,581.46 on the behalf of Akeem Pickney's settlement.
And did you have to account for that with the client?
We did.
And why did you have to do that?
Because Alex stole that money as well.
As we go through this exhibit, are these some of the various documents?
Yes.
Tell the court and the jury what these are, please.
That would be a loan payment on a boat loan that Alex held personally with the bank. Again, another loan payment for that same Murdaugh Charter Bank loan. Check payable back to Mr. Charles Lafitte for a personal loan.
And we don't have to go through every one, but that's generally, these are the expenditures you've identified as personal for Alex?
Yes.
I know we've been going for a long time. You had mentioned that that one instance in which there was the loan payment that should have gone to Randy Murdaugh that instead went to the defendant, correct?
That's right.
And ultimately that happened twice, and then it was detected, but he paid it back. Is that right?
That's right.
And the matter kind of went away. Is that right?
That's right.
Were there other instances in which Alex Murdaugh used the firm credit card for expenditures that were not business related?
He did.
And in those instances, what had happened?
In the instances that he used it for personal, we would deduct it from his annual bonus at the end of the year, and he'd pay it back.
He'd pay it back, and the matter would be forgotten. Is that correct?
Yes.
When those things were happening at the law firm, were you all aware of all of this?
No.
And stand by for me real quick.
I'll work on that. I can get one.
All right, sorry about that. Just real quick. When y'all allowed Alec to pay back the money in those sort of smaller instances, were you aware of all of this?
No, sir.
When you or your staff received these disbursement funds from Alec and his staff, did they cut them in the manner in which they were instructed?
Yes.
And why did they do that?
Because they trusted him.
And in the majority of those instances that involve client money, did Alex Murdaugh also receive substantial legal fees in each one of those cases?
Yes.
And in each one of those cases in which that happened, at least on the ones we've gone through, according to your review, did he also misappropriate substantial money on top of that?
Yes.
How long have you known Alex Murdaugh?
Since I was 16, so about 40 years.
Worked with him closely for how long?
22, 23 years.
Did you really know Alex Murdaugh?
I don't think I ever really knew him. I don't think anybody knows him.
Thank you. Nothing further.
So I'll stand for a moment.
Look at that. Shuffle, shuffle. Here we go. All right. Nobody knew him. That was a coach's answer. Yes, she gave that in the first time as well. This really shows how tall Alex is. He's just towering over his two attorneys. He's a tall guy. I think the state's done with the receipts. Finally, we're going to get some cross here in just a minute, I believe. It sounded like that was sort of like the last questions here, so we're going to go. I don't think Dick questions her. Who questioned her last time? Can you guys remember during the 404 hearing?
Okay.
Isn't that like forced exercise? What about the guy in the wheelchair? Shouldn't it be like, hey, that's not fair, Your Honor?
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So Jim questions her again.
Your Honor, could we renew our request for limiting instruction? We went a half a day hearing all these financial misdeeds, and I don't want the jury to be lost on what the purpose is.
Any comment, Mr. Waters?
Okay.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I gave this limiting instruction yesterday, and I'll repeat it, that this evidence of these financial crimes and other crimes that you're now receiving testimony on, it's regarding the contention that the defendant was involved in other criminal activity. That is not evidence or proof of the offenses charged in the indictment, those charges being for murder, 2 counts, and possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime, 2 counts. This testimony is being allowed for the limited purpose in assisting the state in proving motive. You may not consider it for purposes of character of Mr. Murdaugh, nor may you consider it as evidence that he has the propensity to commit other crimes, or that it is more likely that he committed the crimes with which he is currently charged. It's being allowed based on the state's representation that it helps explain the defendant's motives for which he is accused. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hi.
You have
There's a lawsuit.
Exhibit 314. You just put that up. You can do it for me, Doug. This is a summary of, was a listing of clients of the firm who the law firm had to reimburse because of Alex misconduct. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now you have been, the law firm has been working with various law enforcement agencies since September of 2021, I suspect, sharing all of this information.
Yes.
And with regard to Exhibit 314, it would appear that the law firm, just for all of these clients, have paid out over $2.8 million. Is that right?
That's right.
And in a real way, the law firm is a victim of this conduct.
Correct.
And for each one of these client transactions that the law firm had to repay, I mean, you're aware that Alec has pending criminal charges for every single one of them. No.
I'm aware of that.
Okay. And the same with the Palmetto State Bank matters that you talked about.
Correct.
He has pending criminal charges for every single one of them.
Yes.
And we're not here today to try those charges on the financial crimes. We're here, you understand, you're testifying because he's been charged with the murder of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul.
I do.
Okay. And they were murdered on June 7th, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, some of these, it looks like, according to your testimony, that this misconduct has been going on since as early as 2011?
Unfortunately, when we found that out.
Right. So some 10 years before the murders of Maggie and Paul, correct?
That's correct. He managed to fool a lot of people, myself included.
Understand. And I understand you have the right to be very hurt and angry about that. And are you hurt and angry about that?
Oh, yes. I take it very personally. It haunts me that I let this, or that this happened.
You feel like it happened on your watch, and
I think anybody'd feel normal feeling like that. It's a big betrayal of trust.
And Ms. Second Juror, when I'm asking you these questions, I'm not in any way diminishing your feelings and your anger. I'm just trying to flush out how these relate to the murder of Maggie and Paul.
I understand that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, part of the break was the reason
But
to
it would
switch
appear that
recorders.
it's been going on for years and years and years.
One types, the other
Unfortunately,
speaks.
yes, it appears.
And it has cost the law firm in 2021, and still, you know, over $5 million we've paid out.
That's correct.
And when we're talking about the law firm, I mean, we're really talking about lawyers in the firm. His brother Randy, correct?
That's right.
So Randy's still in
Johnny
the firm.
Parker, who's now the firm's named after.
Right.
Ronnie Crosby.
Right.
Lee Cope.
Correct.
Mark Ball.
Correct.
And others that have come out of their pocket to reimburse clients.
Yes, they did.
Now the forge. Well, let me strike that. On June 7th, 2021, the day Maggie and Paul were murdered, you went to Alex's office sometime in the early afternoon or mid-afternoon and to try to get to the bottom of where's the fee that Chris Wilson's office says they wrote to you for the Ferris case.
Correct.
Right. And he looked at you and he said, "What do you want now?" Right?
Yes, he did when I was coming up the steps.
And you said, "I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't up here asking you about this."
That's correct.
And I think you said he kind of had a angry look initially.
When I walked up the steps, he gave me a very disgusted look and said, "What do you need now?"
But then once you got in his office, his demeanor changed, and
He did.
and he assured you that the check was, the funds were still in Chris Wilson's trust account. Right?
He did.
And as sort of fast forward, in September the 3rd, I believe it was, 2021, Annette Griswold from your firm found a canceled check written from Chris Wilson's law firm directly to Alex Murdaugh, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that check wasn't written to Ford's Consulting.
No, it was written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire.
And of all of these papers that you have been introduced in part of your investigation, that's the only time that, at least in these documents that you brought to court, where Alec has gotten a check directly, personally from another law firm, and it didn't go to PMPED, right?
We discovered during the investigation that there had been another time that had happened, but that was not discovered by myself.
Okay. And that was with Chris Wilson's firm also?
Yes.
Okay. But all of the other stuff that you brought here and talked about since 9:30 or so this morning involved this fake forge account, right?
Correct.
And then there's some stuff involving Palmetto State Bank going back 2010, 2011, 12, 13, early on.
Correct.
With regard to the events of June the 7th, when you went and talked to Alex and you were asking him about where's the fee money, you had previously spoken to, I guess, Lee Cope or someone in the firm?
Lee Cope.
And wasn't the concern at the time that Alex was trying to shield income from disclosure in the lawsuit that where he was a defendant, where he was being sued following the boating crash where Mallory Beach lost her life tragically?
Yes, at that point we thought he was trying to shelter money or move money into his wife's name or reduce his income for the year by not claiming tax, by not collecting a fee.
Right, and it really, and one of the reasons you thought that is because you had talked to him about what looked to be an odd way to structure an attorney's fee with the Hirschberger case.
Correct.
And he explained that he didn't care about the tax consequences. He was just trying to get money in the Maggie's name and not his name because of the boating accident.
That's correct.
And that was the concern and alarm within the firm, is that we're not going to participate in any way to shield high income from civil disclosure in a court proceeding.
That's correct.
Because that goes against the ethics and standards of the law firm and lawyers in that firm.
That's correct.
Hey, Ann, I can go into that.
And no one at the time was thinking that Alex was stealing money from the firm, right?
I had my suspicions on whether it was really in there, but we were not pursuing it as stolen money.
Okay. And you had seen that, and I think it was May of 2021 or May 12th or something, that a disbursement sheet where attorney's fees went to Forge on the Hirschberger settlement.
Correct.
Now, it's not the first time the lawyers in the firm have previously structured attorney's fees in big settlement cases, haven't they?
Once. One
time. And the way that works is the money goes from the defendant insurance company or defendant company or the source of payment. It goes not to the law firm and then to the lawyer. It goes to some financial entity, whether it's an insurance company or something, and then that money is then paid out in annuity over the years to the lawyer.
That would be the correct way.
And you delay taxes by not taking the money, right?
Correct.
And that's how it was done in the past.
Correct.
The one time it was done.
Right.
Okay. And your concern here was that's not how you do it, because it looked like the money came into the firm and then it was written out to Forge for structure of a payment according to Alex.
Correct. It would not have been, the way it came in, it would not have been credited to his account. It would have just looked like it was going out as an item, so it would not have been accounted for correctly.
Right.
And he also did not discuss it with anybody in the firm or have permission to do that.
And the one time that it happened previously, I don't know what the amount of the fee was, but the point of the matter is that money never came into the firm, but all the partners knew about it, you knew about it, and you were able to include it in your calculations?
Yes.
Including the 7.5% that the lawyer is responsible for paying into the, I guess, to the
kitty
distribution fund or whatever it is? Okay.
Yes.
That's sort of a leveling account that helps lawyers who haven't had a good year, brings them up, and it just sort of smooths out.
It kind of smooths out overhead, the different offices having different costs. And
okay. But when Alec had given you that explanation and you said, that's not proper, you're going to get taxed, and he said that I don't care, I'm trying to get money in Maggie's name, help Michael Gunn out. I mean, you never talked to Alec about the Hershberger fee again, did you?
Not to my recollection. Not since after the murders happened, we did not discuss any of that. And the Chris Wilson issue was, there was a settlement in the Ferris v. Mack truck case. The law firm receives an expense check to reimburse the firm for the expenses, but where's the fee? Where's the fee? And that's what started the questions being asked. That's right.
Okay. And you went in on June 7th to ask Alec about that. You know, you got to show me proof if it's in his trust account. Is that right?
Right. I told him we had reason to believe that he had received the money, and I needed proof that he had not.
And during that meeting, he received a call that his father was being put back in the hospital.
Or was in the hospital and was terminal, that they had decided that there was nothing else they could do for him and he'd be terminal.
And you took off your CPA hat and your CFO hat and you befriended him.
Correct.
Because you knew how close he was to his father, is that right?
I do.
And you know, and this father was a well-known lawyer and was a legacy name in that law firm?
Well, that didn't really mean anything to me. I'd just known him since I was 15, 16 years old. I didn't think of him in terms of that. I thought of him in terms of a friend and my friend's father.
Right. And Alex close to his father?
Yes.
And his mother?
As far as I know.
And his family, he was close to his family?
As far as I know, I had not spent any time with him around his family in over 17 years.
Okay. But after you learned that his father was going back in the hospital or was in the hospital and was terminal, well, just fast forward. This was the 7th of June, correct?
Yeah, the Monday the 7th.
Yeah. And on the 10th, Mr. Murdaugh died, did he not?
I believe that was the date, yes.
Okay, just a few days after this, he died. Of natural causes.
Yes.
And so when you learned on the 7th that his father was terminal or going back in the hospital, you became his friend and you didn't continue your inquiry anymore that day, correct?
No, because I had told him what I needed and he knew what I was expecting to get back, and I was under the impression he was leaving to go care for his father. And in our firm, we're very family oriented, and anytime there's an emergency or something we need to do, we grant the person the time off, and I made the assumption he was going to go take care of that.
Right. And then you learned that night that Maggie and Paul were murdered.
Right.
What was I think you said in your testimony that your initial reaction, you were scared, you were afraid. What were you scared of?
Well, when this happened, there was a lot of rumors rolling around. Nothing this violent had ever happened. We didn't know who had gone after his family, if somebody was going to come after him, if somebody was going to come to the office and come after him. There was just a lot of dissettlement within the office. And constantly employees were scared.
But your mind didn't go to, gosh, I bet he killed his wife and son because I asked him about the Ferris fee, right?
No.
Then after that, you didn't continue investigating the Ferris fee. You let Lee Cope deal directly with Chris Wilson.
Lee Cope advised me that he would take over.
Okay. But the inquiry and the Ferris fee didn't stop because Maggie and Paul were murdered, did it?
It did, as far as talking to Alec.
Well, I mean, Alec told you what he told you, and then the inquiry was, is he telling the truth? And let's deal directly with Chris Wilson, right?
Correct.
So the inquiry didn't stop with Maggie and Paul's murder, did it?
It stopped for a period of time,
How long?
a couple weeks.
Couple of weeks.
So they're trying to say this wouldn't have put
Maybe
an
a
end
month.
to his pressure.
Maybe a month. The death of his wife and son got him 30 days reprieve on your investigation into the Ferris matter. Is that what happened?
Well, it did, and then we received word from Chris. At that point, we still did not receive the documentation, so it did delay receiving the documentation.
Now let's be clear. When you're looking into the Ferris matter and you go in on June 7th, it wasn't reported to you by Maggie Murdaugh that, hey, I think Alec's stealing money. You didn't have any conversation with Maggie about that, did you?
I never have conversations with Maggie.
Or Paul, he wasn't involved in any way with the Ferris fee, to your knowledge, was he?
I've never had a conversation with Paul.
Yes, I
And
think
then
the
you
judge did.
go, and Lee Cope's dealing with Chris Wilson's office, and then turns out that Chris Wilson sends an email to Alec saying the money's in my trust account, and Alec forwards it on to you and Lee Cope. Is that
Correct.
right? And once that happened, there was no rush to grab the money out of Chris Wilson's trust account, was there? In July of 2021?
We did not make the rush at that point because we had enough operating money and we were going to come back to it. Typically, the attorney dealing with that case would handle it, and Alec was not in the office very much.
Okay. So the firm had plenty of money to operate, and you just needed to get the money into the firm by the end of the year when you did the bonuses. Is that pretty much how things were being looked at in July of 2021?
I don't know that we would have waited till December, but we just were not doing it at that point in that summer. It was actually just an irregular summer, both personally and professionally, keeping up with the other obligations and time frame to get it.
And so in September of 2021, you're doing your CFO job. You decide to, you had this Hertzberger thing, on your desk, or, I mean, you said it was on your desk. Was it on a desktop, or you just had a sheet of paper?
Well, it's kind of where my important stuff is that I need to get back to, so it's sitting right under a monitor right in front of my face.
And you talked about you had a number of commitments and it's personal issues, I think you said. I don't want to know about your personal issues, but what I do want to establish is Maggie and Paul's murder did not cause you to delay in following up on the Hertzberger matter, did it?
In some ways, yes, because the shock of it and the delay and the things going around the office did, but the true delay came in me finding the time to do it.
Yeah, you had a lot of other things going on.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mary Kay. Hopefully he gets better. You're quick and gets out.
And what you decided to do is to see if there were some other kind of structured fees that Alec had done in 2021 to sort of, like you did the Hertzberger case, because you needed to know what his gross collections were and how much he owed to the firm, and that's why you looked in September 2021, right?
Correct, and I'm also still suspicious, in my own mind. I wanted to make sure that he had accounted for everything and that we had indeed collected everything.
Right. And so you ran a report at the law firm of clients with settlements. I mean,
he acts like he doesn't know what he's talking about. He knows
I started
exactly
running
what she
a report
ran.
of all the fees that he had collected and started looking through those disbursements. And then it came to me that I could probably shortcut this a little just by printing off payments to Forge. And then I've started focusing on those first, and that's when I found the checks and the information that I found.
And that, well, let's start. Do you remember about what his fee collections were about September of 2021?
I've
Welcome,
got so
Goodman.
many numbers in my head, but they were over $1 million, probably between $1 million and $2 million.
2 to 3 million?
$1 million to $2 million.
Oh, $1 million to $2 million of fee income that he had collected.
Correct.
When you run this report. And
Correct.
Did that include or not include the 792 on the Ferris case?
It did not.
So if you add the Ferris case, it could have been over 2 million?
I guess. I can't swear to what his number was. I look at numbers all day long, but that's the recollection of the range he would have been in.
And after this,
Alex gets some candies from his lawyer that he eats
after
during
you
court.
learning about this fake Forge account, Alex didn't, I mean, he was forced to resign from the firm
That's
the
correct.
day or the next day, right?
The next day.
Okay. And so that money that came into the firm was used by the firm to pay off some of these victims, right?
We have done some of that, yes.
Now, the discovery of the fake Forge account, when you were when you ran the report on Forge, that shocked you, didn't it?
Yes.
That information had been in the systems of the law firm going back, I guess, to 2015 when that fake Forge account was first opened.
I don't know when I don't think it was open that far back, but I had no reason to suspect anything was going on. We had no clients complaining about money missing. Trusted him. We had no reason to look.
Right.
He fooled a lot of people, like I said, myself and us included.
And that's a good point. Their clients weren't calling up complaining around June 7th that, hey, y'all need to be looking at Alex because, you know, something's amiss here. That wasn't happening around June 7th, was it?
No, and shamefully, when we did talk to the clients, they talked about how much they trusted Alec and how much he thought of them and how that they were shocked and confused by the fact that he had manipulated them and confused them all these years.
And so it sounds to me like on June 7th, you didn't observe some pressure cooker going off within the firm as to how Alec was handling his business.
I don't know about anybody else's pressure cooker. I knew I was putting pressure on them to get the answers for the Ferris fees.
And it was a brotherhood of lawyers that in the past, if they've caught with getting more than what they were entitled to, they pay it back and you let bygones be bygones. That's how it's operated in the past, right?
On trust, yes.
Right. Now, so you ran a report on information that had been in the systems for years. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the tragic murders of Maggie and Paul didn't do anything to affect what was in your systems.
No.
Right. Right. And you just started looking because you had had a conversation with Alec back in May about the Hirschberger fee going to Forge, not in an appropriate structured manner. And that was in early May, and you never had another conversation with him about that, right?
Well, May and June, in between, it was late May and June, the conversations about both were kind of in tandem, because every time we would talk about Ferris, he would bring up, I'm going to structure fees. But it never specifically readdressed the fact that Hirschberger, it did address the fact that he should not be doing this again, and that if he should, he needed to let somebody know. I believe Alec, meanwhile, was going around complaining to my partners about why I was on his case.
To his partners?
Yes.
And the Now, just to be clear, the fair's fee money was, I mean, it didn't show up on any of these reports, and it was all paid into the law firm, was it not?
It was sometime after September.
So here you are on September the 3rd, and you are running a report. You see a lot of forged checks on Alex client files, and you start printing off the checks.
That's correct.
And that's how you discovered it. I mean, it was that Alex, and not only he's signing checks to forge, he's endorsing the checks and putting them into the bank.
Correct. And at the same day is when Annette found the check on his office that had been payable to him for the fair's fees.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. So
Okay.
it just, I mean, that was pure coincidence.
Yes,
That
the
it happened
timing
on
of
the
the
same
timing
day.
of that is pure coincidence. Yes.
And Alec, as you understood, was confronted perhaps the next day or that
On
day?
Friday morning. I believe that was Friday the 3rd.
So it was the same day that you...
I did mine on Thursday, the 2nd.
So the 2nd, you did
Yes.
yours. Okay.
She just took a drink. I was doing the sound effects for you.
On the 7th in the afternoon, Alec called you and asked you what his balance was in his law firm retirement plan,
Yes, sir.
and he told you he was working on the financial disclosure for the boating accident case?
Yes.
And he had called you on other occasions to get that balance because he was filling out financial statements for one thing or another, right?
He had before, yes.
Okay. And let me, do you know, well, you know that he didn't have any life insurance on Maggie or Paul, do you know that?
I have no awareness of that.
I think they're about done with her. Let's see if there's any redirect.
No, that's all the questions I have.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Your Honor. You were asked some questions about when you had the conversation about the fair's fees, and what was your concern then with just the fair's fees back at that point in time on June 7th?
That he was trying to shelter money from the boat wreck or move assets out of his name or either delay collecting fees. So trying to hide income from the boat wreck.
At that point in time, did you have any idea about any of all of this?
I did not.
You were asked about prior instances in which there had been like the loan, the double loan payment and the credit cards, and Alec paid that back, right?
That's right.
And he paid that back and everything was forgotten, is that correct?
That's right.
You were asked about whether or not all of this was in your systems.
That's correct.
And it was in your systems, wasn't it?
It was.
Since 2011, correct?
That's right.
And he'd gotten away with it all that time.
He did.
I believe you testified that on June the 7th, 2021, when you went in to talk to Alex Murdaugh, that you had your suspicions, correct?
I did.
And you demanded what? What did you demand from
I
him?
demanded proof that the money was actually in the account. I wanted the ledgers showing the transactions.
And did you tell him what you believed? Did you tell him why you wanted that proof?
I told him I had reason to believe that he had received the fee payable to him.
You were asked a little bit about the law firm, and his father was in the law firm or had been?
He had been, yes.
Was his grandfather in the law firm?
Yes.
Was there a long history of that family name in this law firm?
Yes.
Is it the most prominent law firm in the area?
I believe so, yes.
A very prominent family name?
Yes.
All this has been in your system since 2011?
Yes.
Once the murders happened, it didn't seem right to be raising those issues with the defendant then, did it?
No, it didn't.
Don't lead the witness.
After the murders happened, did it seem right to you to raise those issues to the defendant?
No, as I stated earlier, we were concerned about the welfare of Alec and the feelings of himself. He was not at work, and we were trying to make sure that he was emotionally okay and able to deal with things before we pressured him about anything.
And then just a few weeks later, just in July, are you still in shock from all of these murders?
Yes,
And did ultimately you get an email from Chris Wilson?
I did on July 19th.
And what did that email say?
Chris said that he had the money in the trust available to us.
He's got the money, so no big deal, correct?
Correct?
She didn't get to see the ledger. She would have seen that the money was not sitting there the whole time had she seen the ledger.
Did you still, though, in the back of your mind, have some suspicions going back for a while?
I had suspicions that I didn't really believe that because I'd yet to see the ledger or the proof, and it seemed like there was no reason not to send that to me if something wasn't going on.
When ultimately you turn back to these issues and that Chris Wilson check was found, did that result in the uncovering of all of this?
It did.
Did that result in him losing his job at the law firm?
It did.
Where his family name had been a fixture there for decades.
Correct.
Did that result in him losing his license to practice law?
It did.
And the defense asked you that. Did that result in him facing a ton of criminal charges based on all of that?
Yes.
All of that was on the cusp of being uncovered, was it not?
Yes.
Was that on the cusp of being uncovered?
Yes.
Any further exam?
Very briefly, Ms. Second Juror. Finding the Chris Wilson check was coincidental to your work on the forged account research, correct?
Yes, but as we uncovered the forge, we knew we had a problem.
I understand. And it was the forge issue that led to all of this.
It would have eventually been the issue if we'd requested Chris Wilson. Regrettably, that we did not at July, we would not have received the money because the money was not in there. We found that out later.
Well, we'll find out about that, but
we'll find out about that.
The Chris Wilson issue is a one-off compared to all these other transactions that you brought here today, right?
That's right.
All right, thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're going to start lunch here, Your Honor. I'm not a camel.
I'm not a camel.
And we will break for lunch and resume at 2:40.
2:40, which means we're going to start about 2:20, 2:25. How about that? Does that work? Let's go over if anybody missed anything. Let's see. Let's unpin this message because Jeannie is done. That was great. A little bit of action there at the end. It's going to get better. I mean, this opens the door to some of the stuff that needs to come in as far as the financial crimes. It's going with Tinsley. I called him Tingley before, and you guys jumped all over me. You know how bad I am with names. When Tinsley comes in, I think it will be some of the biggest fireworks of the day. Not sure if that's going to happen today, though. It might be tomorrow. Why no 222? Good question. I'll probably start at 222. That sounds good. That'll give us basically an hour. Goodman Law Firm. Let's see. Welcome, by the way. Thanks for joining. You says, I'm a litigator, 26 years experience litigating federal and state courts. I'm also a member of the U.S. Supreme Court Bar. Awesome. It's good to have you. We have several legal analysts, legal minds, those who practice in the arena, so to speak, here. It's good to have you with us as well. So I appreciate your perspective that you bring to that. Let's see. We already, just to let you know, Goodman, we already have our resident lawyer with Matthew Harris. He's based out of Texas. And just a great friend of the program. Been here for a long time, so you'll see him in here as well. So if you guys ever go at it head to head, we might have to sell tickets, and I'll stand around and cheer for whoever we want to win. But it's a fun place here. It's a place we like to have some discussions. Try to keep it civil is what we try to do, and I'd like to focus on the facts, but we also like to have some fun. So hopefully you enjoy that here. I know you say you've been following this case pretty much from the get-go. So. Let's see. Does anybody have any questions? Anything that I was supposed to cover that I didn't? I know a lot of you were answering questions for me, and thank you very much, Lil Miss. I saw you picked up one as well. Let's see. Ivan says, I have 26 years breaking the law experience, so good to have you, Goodman. We're just trying to balance everything out, Ivan. You came on, you skewed at one direction. We need another lawyer here to throw the other side. Do you think we'll hear the gunshot residue today? I don't know. The furthest we've got is the collection of the gunshot residue kits. I think the judge said he's going to let it in, basically, that's already in evidence, and it's going to go forward. But we could have a mock trial. We've almost got enough. I don't know who I would play. Probably somewhere in the gallery. Better call Saul Goodman Law Firm. There it is, Weather Watch. Was DNA found? We haven't heard the results yet of those tests as far as the gunshot residue. I haven't heard any DNA tests at all on this, so I haven't heard the results of that in this trial yet. Emoji ideas, judge chair, witness stand, hot mic. We do have a hot mic emoji already, I think. I think we got a hot mic emoji, yeah. The judge's chair, I struggle. YouTube on my end, it'll let me make a GIF emoji. It's like a chair that spins, but then when you guys try to use it, it's just stationary. It just takes a still shot. So I'm not sure if it will really let me make a motion like a spinning judge's chair, but I'll give it a try. A short synopsis of the morning, please. What did I miss? Carol, mostly just Jeannie, the woman who just testified, told about how the law firm discovered the missing money. But basically the first thing they saw and the evidence they saw as they tried to dig that a little further, and how the law firm internally handled the information as they started suspecting something was wrong, and then realizing that the money had been routed wrong, and that now he was stealing from the firm and everything. So we saw that develop all the way through the completion of them basically paying back to all those mostly clients who lost money. I mean, he did steal from his partners as well by taking a smaller fee, saying he took a smaller fee in the settlement, and then having the more go to the client. Well, he took the client's part as well, so that happened as well. I haven't heard any autopsy information in this trial yet, and on Senior, I don't know.
There's a lawsuit.
I don't know about that. We'd all like to see evidence. I mean, they're charging him with murder, so we'd like to see evidence that he killed him. I don't think we'll see that, Broadway Garden. I think we're just going to get circumstantial evidence. And possibly, I think the closest we'll have is evidence that he's been untrustworthy or non-truthful in some of his alibi and things like that. All I hear is Alex stole it. That happened a lot this morning as we went through line by line, receipt by receipt of the amounts and who it belonged to and where the money went. This morning, Jeannie just walked us through that Alex stole it. He stole it. He stole it. He stole it. He stole from everyone every chance he got, basically. Gloria says, dumbest motive ever. Why is no one talking about men who kill their families to spare them knowledge of their crimes and shame? I don't know. That he definitely has I think he has a different relationship, or had a different relationship with his sons than he did with his wife. And he has not shown very much emotion at all talking about his wife, but every time he talks about Paul, or someone talks about Paul, he shows a great deal of emotion. And then to have the same thing happen to both of them, that does seem weird to me, that he shows that he really loves his son. We haven't seen a lot of evidence that he was really happy with his wife, but both of them end up dead. So I had a meeting, I left, and it get interesting for the last hour and a half. Are they on lunch break? We just started lunch, Picky. We're actually gonna take lunch ourselves. I'll open up the new placeholder for the after lunch part 2 here in just a few minutes after we end. But they've just started lunch. They're going to come back at I think it was 2:40, so we'll be back about 15 minutes before that, maybe 2:22, according to DMB. So we'll get about an hour. Have they said when the stealing began? AJ, they go back about 10 years in their records. That's what they've got. So honorable of Alec to take a smaller fee for him to steal. Yeah, he took a smaller fee, so the part that went to the company was smaller, and then he took the part that he lessened the fee about. So it's good. Still need to preserve objection on appeal. I love appellate work, but the justices are unforgiving. He just needed to renew his objections to hearsay, foundation, etc. as an ongoing objection. Right, he's done that, and I think they alerted the judge yesterday that they're going to keep this objection and keep notating it for the appeal purposes. So that's good. Let's see, Roxanne, member for a month. You just changed colors. Your courthouse went to aqua color. It looks good on you. Thank you very much. You say, didn't that guy testify last week when Maggie died? She had an appointment with him that Friday about her property. She was going to find out motive. We did hear a little bit about the appointment she had. I think her appointment was actually a nails appointment, Maggie's appointment that she went to that day. And then I don't know when she bought the Gucci purse, if that was that day as well, that the receipt was in the house, circled. $1,000 for a purse. I think it was on sale for $1,000. From what I hear, those Gucci purses are spendy. Gloria, I'm honestly beginning to believe he didn't do it, but he's going to be convicted of doing it because he's such a terrible person, an obnoxious rich guy. That would be wrong. If he didn't do it, he should not be convicted of it. And for him, it seems like HW had cases which the firm would have known about. Everybody logs in their pending case roster. So for 10 years, never cross-checked cases with income from closed cases. Yeah, it should have been found. An audit would have found this in a heartbeat. They didn't do that. They were more concerned with the bonus at the end of the year and how that got paid out. And so this just went undetected for all this time. If Alex had talked to Jensen, the computer system would have been changed. Mark Jensen could have fixed it for him. He had all the computer skills. Must have been on clearance for that price. Refinancing her mortgage. He already did twice prior. She didn't know, but was going to find out. Polished nails, Gucci, dog kennels, and chickens. What an interesting life, Maggie. Maggie didn't like the farm, apparently, because of the flies, the yellow flies. She preferred the other house, like the beach house. I don't think they lived together at that time, too. I think his name protected him. It is starting to pile up beyond respect to the case at hand. Yeah, and they can read that statement all they want, right? The judge can read that statement before every single receipt. This is not, the purpose of this evidence is limited type thing. The jury still hears it. The jury hears it and it sticks in their head. So that the prosecution is like, yeah, go ahead, read the statement again. Remind the jury what this limited use this evidence is intended for, but they still hear it and it sticks. If you didn't do it, there's a murderer out there. That could be wrong. So where did they live? Edison Beach or Moselle? I think they lived at Moselle. The wife liked to stay at Edison Beach. Douglas says, it's my opinion, there's still very much room for reasonable doubt. They only need one, Douglas, one person who holds on to that reasonable doubt, and then they've got what they need. Marioline says, it is also possible that he has been transferring money to other bank accounts where she can know next to make it appear that he's in debt. So you think there's money hidden elsewhere? Some of the calls from Alex to Buster from jail seem to indicate that Alex still has access to money if Buster needs it. And that's why the evidence fails the Lyle analysis. Wasps usually take care of flies. You buy them online. They come in wood shavings. You spread them in fly-infested areas. They hatch and feast on flies. So I should stop killing the wasps that are nesting in my house. Is that what you're saying, Running Grey Wolf? I've got an old house built in 1915, and I'm constantly fighting nature as it tries to take over my house inside and out. The jury have been well briefed as to how they apply this evidence. There's coffee cans full of cash. I know that sounds silly, but I believe it. Maybe it's on the Moselle property, which has been forced to be sold. We should all head out there with metal detectors and do a little hunt, and we'll split it. What do you think? I haven't heard any jail calls be brought in as evidence yet. Buster was working at like a wings place, I think. His dad wants him to go back to school and become an attorney. But, be a lawyer like your dear old pops. Wasps can kill off natural bee colonies. Ooh, that's no good. We need our bees. All right, guys, I think we need our lunch, too. I've got some spicy maple bourbon pickles that are chilling in the fridge, which means I need to take a break and go and have a sandwich. Or maybe it's a salad today. I'm not sure. I think we did Cobb salad yesterday. I think I'll do a salad today with pickles, of course. Thank you all. We're going to come back here after lunch. We've got about 45 minutes now. So go ahead and hit the subscribe button, ring the bell for notifications. You'll know that way right when we come back. I do give away the internet. I re-gift it every time we go live. The first person in chat is the recipient of the internet, and they get to keep it. It belongs to them legally until we go live again. So if you'd like that chance, make sure you ring the bell, because you'll need that on to know when we post that little notification. So thank you all. Please, if you're not able to join us again, when you go home tonight, please hug the people you love, smile at somebody you don't know, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again, which will be at about 2:22 DMB. 2:22 we'll go live again. Thank you, guys. We'll see you.